What is going on, Warband? This is Sir Yeetus back at it again, ready to drop some gems on you. I feel that we never really had a very educational slash deep thought, deep critical thinking about how our world is coming to be right now in 2022. So I would like to implement the argument of philosophy versus religion and how either of these things can be used in a negative fashion. It's going to be a good one, gentlemen. It's going to be a great one because we just might be going down the rabbit hole today. So y'all better get ready. And hopefully I will get a lot of participation tonight because we can't get nowhere until we actually talk about this stuff. Regardless of what your view is, that's the whole point. You can have different views. Just make sure it's not baseless like facts. Not oh, it's true. Trust me, man. I know. Like, okay. So let us begin. I got a couple of guests. One of them is, of course, Gray.
Good evening, Warband.
And our fellow Warband member, the one, the only, Riker the Biker.
Yo, what's up, guys? How's it going? Yo, thanks for having me, Yeetus.
What is going on, man? I was reading Cesspool's comment. I don't know where he's at. I can invite him though. I thought he was on Nixon's live stream. Nixon Talks. But I just sent him the invite. So let us begin, gentlemen. Oh, and for a warning, if it goes past around 8 o'clock, I'm going to be making a run to the store. so I can give myself a little party juice. uh, hey, Undercrying, what's going on? If you want to join, man, I got you right now. I got you. I am going to send you an invitation right now. Is that you, Riker? Who has TV in the background?
Yeah.
No, me.
Sorry. I got stuff in the background. I'll just pop in and out as I talk until it clears up.
All right, it's all good. All right, I invited all but one Warband member because I'm assuming he's busy, manic. But we all know that philosophy and religion go hand in hand. But at the same time, they're different, right? Because when it comes to religion, you rely on faith, okay? You rely on your subjective views on how the world works and if there's actually some higher up entity that you answer to, a higher calling. And we're definitely going to take a deep dive in that soon. And philosophy focuses on the objective, right? What you can see, feel, touch, taste, smell. What your critical thinking, like, why does this happen? What do I need to do? Why is things this way? Why is it that way? Let me create some type of ideology or make some type of philosophy, right? Or theories or what's it called? The political views, ideologies, just based on what I know. Okay. Not, if there's some higher calling or stuff, because philosophy, for the most part, doesn't focus on faith. They focus on objective results. It is fact. It is right here. But when it comes to those two things, religion and philosophy, a lot of people these days, and I know for a fact you guys can agree with me, is using these methods to do bad things. And it's always been happening throughout history, of course. But we're going to get to detail on which ideologies and religions is not really making society so great these days. But based on what I said, Gray, what is your view of religion and philosophy? What's your take on that?
Well, that's where it gets kind of interesting because I've been reading up a little bit on this in prep for the stream. And one of the more interesting facts is that for the long time, basically philosophy covered everything that wasn't outright theology.
Right.
But then you look at, well, I was saying objective evidence as being used for philosophy. That definitely wasn't how it started out.
No, not how it started out. No,
like way back in the day, it was like if you could get an audience and sound at least somewhat rational, then like that would be enough for you to be a philosopher. And many of the foundations of our sciences and mathematics nowadays, we owe to philosophy.
I agree. And when it comes to here, I got a quick question. Which it's random. It's on topic, but it's random. Great. Do you believe that atheism is a religion? Because I got
it's very broad, and I think it would be subjective.
Okay. Because
here's the thing. When someone says they're an atheist, that's not really holding a position.
Right.
It's holding opposition to a perceived position. So if someone says, I'm an atheist, you have to ask, okay, well, what don't you believe in? It's defined by the positive. It's not a stance on its own. And a lot of atheists, they'd probably agree with a lot of tenets of religion, but they think that every theist believes in a literal magic man in the sky that has a personality, a will, and a conscious desire.
Yeah, and talking snakes and being swallowed by a whale, all that stuff. Um, no need to offend anybody, chat. If you are religious, okay, we're just stating it how it is, unbiased. So
Like that's the thing. The idea that like a lot of atheists are atheists because they take the Dawkins perspective. And they've only ever argued against like the most hardcore of fundamentalists that talk about God in the most literal of creator sense. Like they think that God literally is making people out of clay, cartoon style, and placing them on Earth.
I agree. And free Ross, like I said earlier, it does go hand in hand, but at the same time, it is separate. But it does collide at times, which we'll explain later on in the stream. Gray the philosopher. And Rishi, yeah, he has a point. See, because why to life also can apply to philosophy as well.
Well, and that's where it does get interesting because philosophy and religion were both house. Well,
Right.
no, well, that's the thing. It's the other way around too. Religion does teach how to live for many ways.
Right.
If I had to say, going back to some of the earliest examples, religion was let us look for the lessons of the past and extrapolate how to live. Whereas philosophy, it's let's look at the present and try to rationalize out how to live. Just religion tends to be coded in a lot more metaphor.
That's why I ask you about the atheism question, because I'm like, could it be classified as both?
Now, that's where it gets interesting, because an atheist that okay, so let's take an atheist for example,
Right.
and they're like, no, I don't believe in magic or miracles, but I do believe in foundational principles of sciences and mathematics. Would you not say they have faith in the consistency of the world, the consistency of the universe?
Well, when you put it that way,
So that's the thing. They, like some atheists on that, I see like they just believe in a more abstract concept of God, but the basic idea that there is an overarching consistency that underlies everything in the universe, that is where the atheist and the theist can agree. But then there's the atheist that see themselves as God, their subjective perception of reality is
okay.
it like supersedes any sort of objectivity. There is no right way to live because there is no God. And that I see atheism as a way to justify doing destructive things, because it's like if you know you're doing bad things and you're going to hell or there's going to be consequences for what you do, atheism can be an escape to think it doesn't matter, there is no overarching justice, there are no consequences, I feel good about it, therefore it is right.
Yep, that's why, in my opinion, and other people had different opinions, because I had this conversation before. I see atheism becoming it can be very dangerous to society in the sense of, since they have a subjective way of looking at morality, what I think is bad, that person won't think is bad at all. Like, they feel convicted in their own subjective morality. Like, I don't think beating up somebody half to death is bad. Well, I'm like, but I do. But like, hey, you know, who's going to punish me, right? Like, the worst you can do is throw me in jail. Like, there's no heaven or hell for me to go to. So, whatever. Like, who? There is nothing after this. This is what it is. This is life. There is no afterlife. So I'm gonna have my fun now. I'm gonna do what I want now. And the counter argument to that was there is possibility of a society to still be functional without religion. So what do you think about that?
At 2 seconds, HVAC kicked in, so just gotta take care of that.
Oh, it's all good. But that's the big thing. I say it's not good for atheism to go run amok, because everybody will have their own sense of morality and ethics and stuff. So, for example, if I say killing is wrong, they won't see killing is wrong. So everybody's gonna be running around like freaking idiots. But the person that countered me said that no, he believes that society can still function without religion.
You know what? I would point at the modern society and say, really? You think you took religion away from all these people and they didn't go batshit crazy and throw their faith behind something else?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Now science is the religion. Instead of a priest, we have a scientist or a doctor or an expert. Like, those are the new people who dictate religious tenets. And the past 2 years have proven that all you need is an authority figure to say some shit, and a good portion of the population will parrot it as though it's true. That's no different than the most fundamental religions that these same people would criticize.
Exactly. See, that's a good argument, but that's something that I had to go back and forth with a friend for like an hour straight. We were very firm on our stance. I think it's bad if atheism takes over, because here's the thing. I believe that religion is instinctual to humans, and let me explain why. I'm sure ever since we had intellectual thought, that we question, why are we here? Why are we doing this? Is there something after this? Like noticing their dead relatives or the dead people. Like, is this it? I'm just going to be a pile of bones? There must be something else. Also, with their misunderstanding of, or the no understanding of how the world works. I'm talking about back early humans. They believe, let's see, just instinctual. They believe there's other people that are higher than them, making the sun come up, making the rain come down to give them food. There's a person walking around taking souls and taking them to the underworld. So I do believe that religion is inherited in us. So what would you say about that?
Absolutely. Well, yes, absolutely. Because we are humans. We ask questions. We're eventually going to ask a question that there is no quick or easy answer for. Now, an individual can live without organized religion by simply developing a personal religion. But when you get to a society, the religion is a part of the shared culture.
Right.
You need the population to agree in at least a vague sense about what the answer to the mysteries are. Because otherwise, they're going to have questions in a crisis. Again, look at the past 2 years. People of dubious levels of faith and people who would be complete atheists, they just turn on the television and believe whatever the authority figure says. and then they talk about it with someone else who watched the same or a very similar thing. And that's why these networks sharing the same message is so important, because you watch a TV show, someone else watches a TV show, you both talk about the TV show, you essentially confirm the story, and you think it must be true because now you verified it with another human. Humans, we are not we don't understand that. Like, throughout the majority of existence of life on Earth, we didn't have a broadcast system that wasn't rooted in reality. Like, if that's 3,000 years ago, it's like, oh, the sun came up this morning. Oh yeah, sun came up this morning for me too. It went down for you last night. Yeah, it went down for me last night too. Okay, so we can verify that the sun went down last night and then came up in the morning. Yes, we can. Okay, that's objective reality. But now imagine you had two people who heard the original War of the Worlds broadcast and then their radio station cut out partway through. Oh, yeah. Then they're going to talk about how, holy shit, we're under attack by aliens.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about that one situation.
Yeah, which might have been a hoax, but the principle remains the same.
Yeah.
You see people, they watch a TV show, that same TV show, which is broadcast to millions of people at the exact same time, very least thousands of people, depending on how many actually watch TV. They watch the exact same thing, talk about it with each other, and their primal brain says, oh, another human verified this, therefore it must be true. Whereas in reality, no, you didn't watch this from objectively neutral standpoints. You both watched the exact same TV show. Just because you both agree on what happened doesn't mean that it's actually true. It just means that you both watched the same TV show.
I agree, but I'm going to stop. We're going to continue. But everybody, welcome the one, the only, the Lord Kush commander himself, Undead Chronic.
Man, why are we talking about TV shows? Let's make fun of some dumb bitches.
That's what I'm saying.
Records back here just like.
Honestly, I had thoughts on the whole subject, but I'm honestly just waiting for you to ask me what are my thoughts, Yeetus.
Yeah, we're going to get.
Should we talk about the religion of the?
No,
I can have children. I can have children.
Man,
we'll get to that point.
Just one person.
Take your time, though.
Yeah, we'll get to that point. We'll get to that point. But Undead Chronic, what you? God damn it! What you want to say about the subject so far?
Bro, I ain't know what the fuck you guys talking about. I just joined this damn show. Let Riker get in here. Riker, what's your thoughts here?
Shit. Well, where should I start? You guys went across so many.
Let's start with my favorite topic. An old banana you forgot in the back of your car for 2 weeks when it's over 100 degrees, aka white women. Ugh.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Riker. What is your thoughts of philosophy and religion, how it affects society, pretty much? Because we're going to get to that soon. How it's affecting society on a global scale, pretty much. But what are your thoughts?
Keep it real. Hearing you guys talk about the whole religion society thing, I think there's equally, or it's just really bad for society, in my opinion, when either spectrum goes off its extremist views. You know, like I was thinking of comparisons, like
Right.
you know how there's the black pill, you know, blue pill, red pill. I think a same spectrum can be thought of like when it comes to religion, philosophy, because on one hand, if you consider what kind of party the world was for the last thousands of years, people would say, oh, they're more Republican or conservative, right, alt-wing, right-wing, right, because of all their views and all their philosophies and religion. And now times have changed so much today with what you guys were talking about, broadcasting. Yeah, like that's why, I mean, I look at my ancestors, you know, the Aztecs, and they believed like a fucking rabbit on the moon and shit. Like some guys across like the world are attacking this giant Chinese wall. Like yeah, that's literally how things are. If we went back in time and it was broadcasted, oh, just follow Islam, everybody would watch that same broadcast, and that'd probably be the only religion around today. So coming back to the spectrum thing, I think religion and the whole atheist thing can get very deadly to a certain point, because I mean, look at how the world is today. You got people like executing each other on live video because for Allah, right, or something like that, the extremist side of religion, right? Then you got the crazy atheists, leftists, blue pill, black pill motherfuckers that, oh, I'm gonna go off my emotions. That's pretty much saying, oh, I'm my own God type stuff, like you guys are talking about. It's equally as disastrous in a way. So I feel like the way we gotta progress as a society, because all that shit gets thrown out the window. Our goal is to reproduce for the next generation to continue. I think that's the most important thing, but there's so many things to be said about that. How do you go about that? Oh, a woman needs to find somebody who needs to impregnate her, things like that. So we need to focus on those things. The whole faith thing, that's just honestly something out of our physical bodily control. So I honestly don't worry about it too much. But there is a point where if you start trying to like inflict mortal harm on others in our physical bodies, like some atheists might do, going crazy and listening to all this crazy information, yeah, I think that's terrible. And yeah, I don't really have much else to say.
Okay, so here's a question for you. Who, and Greg kind of already answered it already, who is the new God? Because you already know plenty
The
of
internet.
people. Do you think that's it, especially when it comes
I mean,
to...
I don't give it too much thought. I'm saying the internet right now. That's just what comes to my mind.
Yeah, but
the internet is the printing press for the religion of wokeness. So let me give my thoughts. Let me be serious for a second here.
All right.
Religion is something you believe in, right? A faith is something you believe in.
Yeah.
And so people who would disagree with it and they're coming from it from a non-religious aspect, they probably just call them brainwashed. Like the leftoids that think that Christian parents shouldn't have the right to have their kids remain uncastrated. They think they're just religious extremists. They're brainwashed. And how do you fight back, right? How do you fight back against a religious conflict? Look at the woke left. Do they have any kind of logical viewpoint? Maybe some of them who are manipulating the masses, but the majority of them, the majority of these people pushing Black Lives Matter, pushing trans rights, pushing whatever, it's all one abomination. They believe in it. That's their religion. You can't argue points out of them. You can't show them why they're wrong. You can't tell them, I'd rather my kids not get castrated. It is a religious fight to them. So you can view them as brainwashed religious zealots, or you can use your faith lens, whatever it is, if you're on the opposite side. And what are these people acting like? What are the people who are celebrating the death of children, castrating them, using their foreskins as makeup products and just like fisting each other in the streets? They're demons. They're physical hosts for demon ideology. So whatever way you slice the pie, as soon as the pie gets opened up, it's filled with dog shit. So you could take a religious view and oppose these people. You could take a rational view and oppose it. Now, religion being the new God being the internet, that's just how they spread the message. You get all these 12-year-olds, all these 13-year-olds on TikToks watching trans people with fake voice modulators preach about how they're victims and how they're so empowered. That's the scripture to them. That's what they consume every day. The 15-year-old Black Lives Matter, trans activists, anti-white, whatever it is, whatever part of the left it is, spending 8 hours a day on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. That's the same kind of energy being put out as some, village boy being forced to read the Bible for 10 hours a day, or some kid being forced to memorize the Quran 10 hours a day.
So the internet is more the new church.
Yeah, I say the
some
state.
Parts of it.
Some parts of it. You could say.
A church that's in your hand every day.
You could say the day. You could say the church is the complete combined efforts of all the woke internet accounts, all the woke Twitter feeds, all these organizations. It's more than just the internet. They control more than just the internet's just a mode of communication. I'm literally on 4chan right now. That's the complete opposite of wokeism, but it's still on the internet. It's just how they talk to each other.
Well, the state is definitely the new god, because who else is pushing all these crazy, delusions through the internet and stuff?
I guess you could say feminism, pretty much. Internet feminism, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
Well, look at it in a roundabout way. The god of whatever religion is simply the highest authority. In the modern day, the state, the tech oligarchs, they're the ones with the loudest voice. Therefore, they get a large part of the consciousness pie. And all these websites and platforms, I think actually comparing the individual website to a church makes a lot of sense, because old churches, the sound carries very far. And if you don't want to be overheard in a church, you basically have to whisper. And if you say anything that's deemed inappropriate, the authorities excommunicate you.
Pretty much. Yeah. But right now, the left, I see it as the modern day crusade. They are literally going on a crusade against traditional values, morals, and ethics right before our eyes.
But
they hate the nuclear
God?
family 100%, dude.
But who's their god, right? I would argue that the god isn't who has the most power in the physical realm, because you could, was the government the god to the left in 2016? No, it was the devil. Their god is their emotions. Anything that makes their pussies get hurt, they will do anything in their power to destroy. And so they might all think they're fighting on the same side. The trans Jewish activists, the black identitarians, and the white soy boy sipping Starbucks bros might think they're on the same side. That's because all their emotions direct them to hate masculinity, but they're not on the same side. They'll fight for whatever what pleases their emotions. It's a very feminine way of thinking. Now, what was femininity? What was feminine emotion yield? It's a spice of life, but it's also chaos. That's why I said in my religious video, don't build a house. And this is just 2 Bible verses. One's talking about building your house on a foundation of sand versus stone, and one's talking about a foolish woman tears down her own house. So if you build your house on sand and you marry a wretched whore, her life, what most important thing in her life is her feelings. I don't feel happy one day. Let me tear down this decades of sacrifice. Let me tear down the family structure. It's a wave of emotion. Waves are fun. You get some good fishing in waves. You can surf the waves. But if you give waves the power to destroy your foundation, you're going to be a miserable son of a bitch. So, look at the wave of violence, the wave of emotion with Black Lives Matter. Think all those black people getting shot when they're trying to walk to the store by these crazy ass people. You think they really thought that wave of emotion was going to help black people out? No, it wasn't. It was uncontrolled, feminine, chaotic energy, and it kind of goes in cycles. So, what's the trump card? What beats female emotion? It's male authority, male dominance, male dominion, order. So people are like, how do you solve this violent emotion from the left? How do you solve this violent emotion from these feminist demons? Oh, it's easy. A equal response from a masculine order. If I had my own state, let's just say I controlled Colorado, and all the officers and all the police in there, and they all just bent the knee to me. It was a kingdom. And there was a protest of a bunch of commies in the streets. It would not last more than 4 hours. Now, a lot of people would be upset. There'd be a lot of emotions from all the body bags being ordered in, but there would not be decades of social upheaval, because I would not be giving chaotic, demonic, feminine emotion the power to destroy the order that men have built. But we don't live in that society right now, and that's why we're seeing what's happening in the West, at least, and other places.
Actually, that interesting connection there, because Chronic, you've said before that women don't have a race. Would you expand on that to say every woman is an atheist?
Now you can say every woman's an atheist. I wouldn't really say race and religion is similar, because you can't just snap your fingers and convert from Mayo man to melanated man, right? That's not a thing. Despite what Michael Jackson might have made you guys think, the racial thing's more of a tribal thing. Religion is, some religions are tribal, but most are not.
Well, but that's the thing,
And
because a
Gray.
woman. Well, sorry, but that's the same sort of thing where a woman will adapt her racial preference based on what benefits her the most.
Oh yeah, she'll sleep with the enemy before your body's even cold. I agree.
in the same way.
Yeah.
Like, she is an atheist because she truly does not prioritize any order above her own emotions.
Now, why is that? Probably because you didn't come from a family of order. I would say there's more religious females that are true to their religion than women of any race who are like fighting from a race, because religion can be a very powerful thing. Now the problem is, a lot of Chinos, and I'll just take the Christian perspective. A lot of Chinos, Christians in name only. These women want to be seen as good little Christian girls. It's a mask they wear. They wear the mask hoping that it'll cover up their lack of hymen. They're not Christian to me. They just say they're Christian. And on that point, Anofel says TFM said feminism is just Christianity's ultimate form. Yeah, I would just argue that TFM has no goddamn idea what about Christianity. So, I would doubt it. And even if he said he was raised in a church, he's probably raised in a church with some bitch ass cuck pastor. And then I guess the next argument would be, well, most pastors are like that. Okay, well, most of the artifacts you buy in Jerusalem are fake. Are there no artifacts from Jerusalem? Have anybody here been to the Holy City? Have you ever Jerusalem? Probably not. Anybody?
Nah.
Not me, but I know somebody that did.
It's really fun. So you just go to the old city, and you go into these like little, not thrift shops, but they're like basically just usually they sell coffee and they have all these artifacts. They're all bullshit, but it's still fun to go and buy some bullshit at bullshit prices, right? You don't pay up. This is an authentic coin. Like, okay, Mashik, yeah, sure, it's authentic, and this is an authentic. I forgot the fuck. I think they still use shekels. I think the Israeli currency is actually. I don't think it's shekel. That's an ancient one. Anyhow, you buy the artifacts and it's a fun story. You mess around with it, but you don't buy coins for like $20 thinking they're ancient historical artifacts. You're gonna have to smuggle out of the country. So the fact that most of these things are fake doesn't mean the whole thing's fake. Like people say, Christianity is a very feminine religion. Yeah, try going back to 1300s and telling some crusaders that your head would be on a pike.
Yeah, I think I don't know what he actually meant, but I assume he means that it's too corrupt at this point. The modern fucking, like, you already made a video on that, the Bible verse video.
Yeah, I think I need to write another sermon.
You should actually. I enjoy.
Maybe we should talk about. Maybe we should just read. I'll have to make a poll, but I think if I just go through the full story of Samson and Delilah, there'd be something that people can learn from that.
I was just thinking that. Damn. Okay, it's a great story, and on top of that, that's why I want to talk about philosophy and religion, because you can get countless philosophical. That's why we say there's a lot of red pill knowledge up in these holy texts. That's another reason why I say religion and philosophy, they tend to go hand in hand at times.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the big thing is, and Undercrime pretty much explained it, they take it too far to the extreme, or they use it for evil means.
Well, you're talking about the left?
Yes.
I don't. Is a philosophy or religion, is it solid? You just got to find it. Is it solid if it changes its principles and rules every 5 years? I'd say no. I think their religions are their emotional safety, right?
Right.
So like, immigrants are welcome until they're the wrong color, or until they're the wrong religion, or until they're if we said open borders for black people, all black people, the left would be cheering. Now, if I said open borders for black queens from Nubia aged 18 to 21 with a BMI under 25, they'd be screaming in pain. It's not a solid foundation they're standing on. It's just what makes them feel good. So if that's their religion, yeah, I'm sure they're solid on that. But that's like me saying my religion's getting a nut in a goth girl. Like, what kind of tenets are you going to follow? It's just. I wouldn't compare it to a religion, to be honest. But yeah, it's a good term for it. I think it's a good term to describe it as a religion, because they'll die for their religion. A lot of them will. More of them will die for that religion than will die for Christianity, more than atheism. So,
well, no, that's the thing. I would point out that atheism ultimately is the service of yourself as God and your own emotions over any sort of larger power.
I mean, I wouldn't.
That's
I would see atheism as simply the belief that there's no supernatural being. I wouldn't say beyond that. I wouldn't distinguish anything beyond that.
Yeah, we kind of got into that at the start of the stream. I think you and I would disagree on that point, but it's more a nuanced discussion.
Well, I mean, there's different types of atheism.
There's atheists that act functionally Christian, right? They don't pray, but they're basically trying to fight for their families, have strong families, not abuse anybody. And then there's atheists that take that kind of, but then there's tons of people who say they're Christian and they just live hedonistic lifestyles and they basically act like they're God. Like Joe Biden saying he's Catholic all the time and doing what he does, he's basically acting like God because he's denying his own text.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The ones who live by essentially Christian morality but don't believe in literal supernatural shit, well, I'd say that they're atheists in name only, because at the end of the day, actions speak louder than words. You don't need to believe in a literal magic man in the sky to believe that the Christian principles are correct.
Well, that's different than being religious. There's atheists that say the Christian principles are correct due to the evolution of culture and religion over thousands of years. There's no magic man in the sky, but I think these are a great set of values to build a society off of. That's still an atheist. They're an outright atheist. They don't think there's a supernatural being, but they still affirm those values.
Yeah, I guess I don't see belief in the supernatural being as a prerequisite to be religious.
Well, we're talking about theist or atheist, right? That's what I'm trying to distinguish, not religious. Because Buddhism is religion and I don't really believe in a God. But if I'm just looking, I take atheists and theists very literally. If they think there's a supernatural being, they're a theist.
And for me, like, it's the God in the theist or atheist that I have more abstract concepts on. Like, I don't need to believe that Jehovah is a literal being, but rather a metaphorical being that represents the ultimate order of the universe.
Yeah, so I would say that's still an atheist perspective.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. Well, we're getting in the weeds with that, but you guys hear about the nuns that grow weed in California?
Jesus.
I think that church chronic you about to convert on us.
Well, there's also like a church of cannabis in Denver. I think they were like smoking weed when it was still illegal, and they were like they're like a big protest. It's basically a bunch of hippies trying to smoke weed.
So Gray, you got a question?
I love this question.
Oh yeah,
monkeys.
Do you believe that we evolved from monkeys?
Oh no, I believe we evolved from rats. And also evolved from rats. All mammals came from a series of common ancestors that were incredibly small during the time of the dinosaurs.
Those aren't rats, though.
No, they're the precursor to rats. Okay.
Well, I mean, they're the precursor to you too. So, like, that's like saying they're basically apes. I need new art. I need like Dr. Chronic in a wheelchair from breaking his spine from cringing so hard.
Yeah,
you're like, oh, you came from monkeys? Like, no, you're a great ape, boy. You're a great ape.
Technically, we're also all 17% banana.
You're different. You're different than a monkey. You're not being some bitch-made monkey simp in a tree, flinging around with your tail. You walk on two legs. You're an ape.
Stop trying to cheat the system, Greg.
Technically, we are all...
I love that South Park episode with Dr. Ferguson, or was it Mr. Ferguson, or the South Park teacher?
Harrison?
Harrison. He describes evolution. That shit, I can't watch that and not lose my shit. It's so funny. He's like, we did not evolve from monkeys. Oh, Shit, so he describes evolution. Oh, I got to do a bit.
Hey, I know people like that, you know. Like I had a Jehovah's Witness come to my door talking about, oh, you know, want to speak about Jesus Christ and stuff. I'm like, okay, I'll be for it until you ask these questions.
No, you just have
Explain-
to out crazy them, man.
Yeah,
You
no,
gotta
I
out-crazy them.
I said, explain the
Like,
dinosaurs.
I believe, and I'm also a prophet. Now, if you want to serve your Lord, bring me all the girls age 18 from your church, and then we can discuss your role in the kingdom of heaven. And then just look at them with a straight face, and they'll never come back to your house again.
But I asked the Jehovah's Witness, hey, what about the dinosaurs? He literally told me the dinosaurs' purpose was to just die. So
Sounds like Sims.
so we can flourish. I'm like, really? So that's your explanation that God created dinosaurs so you could just yeet a fucking meteor and kill them?
Bro, we need oil. God wanted me to drive my F-150 and get bitches, man.
Why couldn't he just create oil?
Oh man,
And that's
Was
when
he
they drop
bored?
God works in mysterious
that's why the
ways.
prices are like that today. Huh?
There's like a dinosaur dying as the meteor falls. It's like, what was my purpose, Lord? It's like
oil.
3 billion years later. Kronk's at the gas station. Come on, ladies, let's get him. We're going to GolfCon 2023. I drive down the road. You see a couple tops fly off behind the car. They go into the sunset. Thanks, Dino Bros. Thank you.
Oh man, that'd be like, damn, my species went extinct for that.
So his green man can get Goth Puniti. Nice, nice.
Oh shit!
All the
But-
dinos up in heaven singing like, go get it, Chronic, go get it.
The message of Raptor Jesus must have been very confusing.
But like I said before, there's a constant battle between the church and the state, even though they're supposed to be separated in the first place. The state is definitely,
It's not a battle anymore.
the state has taken control. It's like you can't deny it. Look how much influence they have in our daily lives. It's borderline. You can't even comprehend. Like fuck, they literally know where you're at all times. Like literally, they know where you're at. Unless you go caveman off the grid, Barney style, just get the fuck out, like run to the mountains and live off of eating
Oonga da boonga.
lemurs or something like that. Yeah, the Oonga Booga time, they know where it's creepy. They know where you are 24/7. Big brother, pretty much. So the church, of course, is like, oh, since the state is saying it, let me put these rainbow flags up and create a little rough draft, a review to the Bible. We can make some exceptions, we can make some exceptions. Please don't close us down or tax us. We accept all, even though the Bible says the complete opposite. Let me change the wedding vows. Yes, the wedding vows were changed because I'm pretty sure one of the lines said that the wife would say, "I will always be submissive." It's gone. They completely took that out. Like it's crazy how much control the state has. It's not even funny. What do you have to say about that?
I just kind of want to address the chat. Like, yeah, we know that oil comes from the early plant life, but it's funnier to say it came from dinosaurs.
Look,
Fuck the dinosaurs.
I knew it came from the Mesozoic swamps, but you can't say dinosaur wine and not laugh. Okay, dino wine.
That made me laugh.
Dino wine.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh shit! But in all seriousness, though, it's a game over for the church. The church is getting taken over by not only Islam, right? Because Islam is exploding right now throughout the world. The belief in science is trumping the church.
Look, when 99% of Muslims move to Western countries, they become the same kind of degenerates that the Christians are supposedly here. And the church has been compromised for a long time. I would say that real Christians recognize that, and we don't. If half the churches in the U.S. just disappeared into the ether, I'd actually have a better time spreading my message.
Yeah, and you guys remember the meme? We probably don't. That I posted a couple months ago, where the man said that the pastor in his church made all the single mothers stand up and told all the black men, You need to take care of them. This is the best thing in your life. Yes. Around 13 men just walked out immediately.
I would, like those old school like Baptist churches where they exorcise the demons out of people. I would literally stand up, run to the front in front of everybody, and start having a seizure. Oh my God!
Oh, there was just one video I saw recently of this pastor was trying to get the devil out of the puniti of this one woman, literally like spraying stuff on her junk.
I've seen that one.
Oh, you seen that one? I was
Yeah.
like, no fucking way. She really
Hilarious.
thinks she can get rid of the hoe in her? Like,
Yeah, ain't no getting rid of that, man.
no, that's not.
We must use the holy douche to remove this Jezebel spirit.
The born again virgins, man, they're everywhere. There's not just one or two. They're everywhere.
They only fool stupid Christian simps that have no experience with anything. People are like, Chronic, what if a woman gets a hymen gets her hymen reconstructed? Yeah, she's going to be 32, and I'm not even looking at her as a woman. She's a man. People always use that. They always use, well, she gets her hymen reconstructed. Like what? There's going to be a 19-year-old girl that has sex with one dude and then pays $20,000 to get her hymen back. No, there's enough simps out there that would marry her. Get out of here.
Also, how are you going to believe a chick talking about she's a virgin, yet she goes to the church dressing up in nightclub garments? You can see whole cheeks, both of them. Like, it's crazy. You're going to believe a 30-year-old chick that's wearing literally leaves nothing to the imagination. You're going to believe that she's a virgin. Like, come on, bro. Put two and two together. But of course, they're gonna believe it. I finally found the virgin in my life. Ignore that rainbow flag over there. Let's get married right now. Like, oh my God, it's bad out there. It's very bad out there. That's why, literally, no traditional man or men in general are not going to church. It's just old women and regular women that thinks that they can go do the most heinous, heartless shit like they're in Sodom and Gomorrah, and then go to church the next day talking about my sins are forgiven.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's like, yeah, God might forgive you, but I won't. Like, let's be real.
Thank you, Riker. God damn. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what God says.
God wants me to find somebody else, not you. Like, what the hell?
Like, okay, God might forgive you, but his judgment only counts after you're in the grave. So,
yep. Mm-hmm. I don't give it. But please, change. I go to church every day. I'm like,
you guys want to hear a funny story where some pastor tried to set me up with some bitch?
What's up?
Okay. This is back in Georgia. Some pastor, and this is when I was fairly red pilled. Some pastor was trying to set me up with his daughter's friend, right? She was kind of cute. She was like 5'5", well, like 5'4". Nice tatas. Went to the gym, was a soccer player, so definitely bangable. But she wanted a traditional man, and she was always I remember seeing like this. The pastor's son was always trying to date her, but he was only 5'3", right? She always rejected him brutally, but she would keep him around. Typical beta orbiter stuff, right? And so the pastor's daughter and the pastor were they were like not having an intervention, but I was at this. This is the kind of shit place I'd go to. We'd be doing watermelon socials. You've heard of that, Yeetus?
No, actually.
It's like a fish fry after church, and everybody brings out a bunch of watermelon that you grow from your home. Just some Georgia shit, right? So Kronks are my yellow watermelons, trying to look for a yellow woman, and this pastor and his daughter come up. They're like trying to set me up to date this chick, and I literally looked at the pastor, looked at the daughter. I'm like, so is she a virgin?
Oh,
they were stunned. The pastor was like, I don't think it matters because like all sins are forgiven. I was like, well, I was just like, so are you saying that I have the power to forgive sin? I was like, what? That makes no sense. It's like, no, but if God forgave her sin, then surely she could still, there's still a potential for a future here. I'm like, okay. I'll forgive her for not being a virgin when she forgives Antonio for being 5'3".
Oh man,
Damn.
I left it at
That's
that. If you're
amazing.
trying to make me settle for a non-virgin, let me see that girl settle for a dude shorter than her.
Ooh. Action speaks
Man,
louder than words at that
that's a
point.
great story. What?
Damn. All right. Look, on that chronic, he's crossing people left and right.
I have
Crossing pastors, man.
I'll play I'll wear the mask. I'll smile. I'll stand at the back of the church in my 357 and just be a good boy. But if a pastor walks up to me and says some foolishness, I will not let it go. And I will make that my last time going to the church if he gets pussy hurt about it.
I'm telling you, man, you just a whole pastor that has decades of whatever experience he has, that you just crushed him in like 20 seconds.
Yeah,
Dead.
because it's not just what the Bible says. You have to look forward to the flock. If suddenly you stop holding women accountable, guess what you're gonna have? You're gonna have what you have right now: little Christian girls going to college at 18, fucking their first boyfriend, sleeping around, and when they're 22, they want to go back to the home church and find a good man. What happened to the young Christian boys who were, they weren't getting puniti? They sat around praying for their future wife, so they got no pussy from age 16 to 26. That is literal hell for a man. While the woman got everything she wanted, and now that she lost the flower of her youth, she wants the complete commitment traditionally, spiritually, from a man who reserved himself. It's disgusting. It's pathetic. And Pastor Chronic hereby says all marriages between a non-virgin woman and a virgin man are null and void. There you go.
He's speaking facts. Straight facts. Oh, man, he pretty much said it right there.
And like nobody talks about how like the women that aren't virgins, how they don't wear black dresses to their wedding. Like they're all wearing white. Oh, they must all be virgins.
They need to wear black dresses with white stains.
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking symbolism there. There you go.
Chameleons. See, it was a big deal to give your daughter away when we had the authority. I say 150 years ago, but now it's like she's your motherfucking problem now. Good luck. Get her out of my goddamn house, because you can take those little kids she got from Chad and Tyrone. You take them out of my house, because I can't deal with her ass anymore. Like, literally. That's what modern women do these days. They literally go out, do the most craziest stuff, right? Clubbing, spending all their money, sleeping with this dude and that dude, and then they just live with their parents, or they become hobosexuals until they can find a sucker simp to put a ring on it. And then she will love to live a life of leisure until she divorced that man, and then repeat the process. You see how easy it is for a woman? Just put it out there, gentlemen.
For simps, yeah, it's easy.
And and
Yeah,
it's
for
even
Sims,
come to the point where they only get married because their friends are. It's like they take something that's so like important to somebody, especially like a guy reserving himself for marriage for a virgin wife, right? And they just do it because their friends are doing it, right? And they play that card, oh, I'm a virgin, I'm nice, and all that shit. And it sucks to see.
Yeah, well, anything, it's not just virgin, is she submissive? Submission's the number one quality that can make a woman a good wife. Oh, but she's fat. Well, is she submissive? Sure, but she's fat. Okay, babe, before we get married, 1 year, I need you to lose 100 pounds and squat 3 times a week. In a year, that bitch will be hot. Guarantee.
Oh, yeah.
Is she submissive? That's the biggest question.
Yep. And at least back then, if she wasn't doing what she should do in a marriage, she can easily get kicked out. Oh, a lot easier than now. So right now, modern women literally have all the power thanks to the help of the state. Why do you think they're so quick to use us as cannon fodder? Like, it's in all aspects of life.
Circling back, because they have no race, they have no tribe. They only have their family. And so if they don't have a family, it's just they're their own family.
I agree. And the state is big pimping. The state is the pimp. Okay. And all the modern women, they're working for this pimp to get that money. Because they get what? how much do they get? 44 cents, or was it 66 cents? Through child support, the state gets paid, but they
I don't
get
know.
they get a slice of that pie through all the family divorce and family courts, gentlemen.
The
Why?
judges get it too. It's just
Yeah.
even the judges, the ones who enforce bullshit edicts.
Right. That's why it's too easy for them to, hey, you know what? We can make good money if we just make up so many bullshit petty reasons to have their kids taken away and divorce. That's why the no fault divorce thing that popped up in the UK that was signed to law. Ooh, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna
Oh
be
yeah,
bad.
we should get Carrie on in here. See, see if he's had any blowback from that at all.
Yeah.
Yo,
it's
if I
gonna-
may bring this up while we're still on this topic, hey, Yeetus, did you hear about that pastor's wife? The same one who tried telling people she could wear anything. Right after their divorce, I think, which he did, by the way, she went straight to go battle, to date battle rapper.
see, they always reveal themselves. They always reveal
It's
themselves. They can't help it.
Megan Good or something. Happened like 3 days ago. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah, they can't help it. They just, man, it's hilarious. And yet we're the bad guys for knowing the reality of things and want to be left alone. We're the bad guys of seeing through their bullshit. It's a clown world right now, clown society. It's crazy, man. I can't even. Sometimes I'm like, is this really happening? Is this really happening? You know. But do you have anything to say, Gray?
Might have got caught up with that one thing he brought up earlier.
Yeah, we've kind of covered a lot of stuff. So,
Oh,
It's all
my
good.
bad.
So what do you want to say?
what specifically? Like just
Pretty much it's gotten to the point where it's a whole system where the state is pretty much the pimp and modern women is working for the state to get that money, to extort that money out of you because the state gets a slice of that pie.
Honestly, absolutely. In fact, I advocate for not calling single mothers anymore, but state nannies.
Nah, stop
Wow.
stop disrespecting nannies, bro. Nannies at least try to do the job.
Who should we call him, man? That was
It
good.
ties it to nanny states, so it works so well.
You just call them whores. That works better in my opinion.
State horrors.
Okay, state horror, sure, but
No, just horse. If it's simple, they get the drift. If we start adding, I guess like it depends the circle you're talking to. If you're talking to like the guys in this chat, yeah, state sponsored nannies, they will laugh. But like, I just call them whores. I say that to pastors. I go, I'm not trying to, I look at all the whores out here. He's like, whores. I'm like, these single mothers. He's like, they're not all whores. I'm like, well, what are they? Explain to me how they're not whores. I can't.
Yeah, no, a state nanny is more for talking to men, but if you want to talk to the simple blue pill person,
Honestly, just talk to him like that straight. I don't know. I'm with Chronic on that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Horror gets it across. Like the fewer syllables you can get in the.
It's an ancient description for these kind of women, and I feel like it's almost part of their DNA that gets hurt when you call them a whore, slut, floozy, zinc walker. Those are all funny. But whore is like my great granddaddy called your ancestors horse, and you're still a whore.
Oh shit! See, when it comes to the state as well, how can they not like these modern women worship the state? They idolize the state. All right, idolizing. Like put it above.
I think
all the rest.
I see them as worshiping themselves, and the state just enables it.
Oh, okay, that's a way better explanation. Okay,
yeah, they're not going to worship anything but themselves.
And they're like, okay, if you let them run amok, and operate on their feelings, and then give them the go ahead to divorce whenever they feel like it. That's cha-ching right there. One of many reasons why this is happening in society, right? They want to make sure they can effeminate weaken men, make them fragile, weak, feminine, like doing some cross-dressing crazy shit. Like it's getting crazy. And if you control the men, you have nothing to worry about, because if you have strong traditional men, like us here, actually talking about real issues and calling out the flaws of society, that is not good at all to the people in power, because the more it spreads, it's going to weaken their reach to the point where a lot of people will stand up and say, I've had enough.
And
And
I
the
must say,
government doesn't want
sorry.
that. What'd you say?
And I must say, I love how much it's spreading, man. You can tell. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
really tell.
After the Hammerhand thing, I'm like, okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, because literally nobody is able to counteract our arguments. Only label us with some buzzwords just to make themselves feel good about themselves.
Yeah, insults won't really get you anywhere when it comes to people trying to like use just logic, right? Like it really doesn't do like how Chronic brought up the use of the word horror, how it's been around for so long. Only until now they're really trying to stop people from using that word. It's like, why are you trying to stop people from using that word? Like, if it's good for society, it's like, and then there comes the emotion.
You can't logically explain to people who think via emotions what they're doing wrong.
Yep.
And I made this point within the first year of my channel. People are like, you'd be so much better if you just stopped insulting their looks and stopped making fun of them and laid out your arguments. Like, bro, stop projecting your rational mind onto people who do coke on the floor bar bathrooms and eat ass. Okay? Like, they're not logical people. You need to make them feel bad because their frontal executive area functioning brain powers, logic, math, actual statistics, science, that doesn't mean anything to them. Their feelings, that is what means everything to them. I said before, their emotions are their God. So if you can tear down their God in front of them, you might inspire some kind of change. Or at least, enjoy the salty tears.
Yep.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, pain teaches a lot. I think I'm start doing that more. That's amazing.
Let me respond to a comment real quick in the chat, because this is just too easy. This is like this is like you're playing t-ball with a bunch of kids and you just winding it up to try to get a home run and break your neighbor's car window.
Madara?
No. Cool. Alex Prince says, if God has unlimited power, why does he like having innocent children suffer with things like cancer? God is so loving and caring, though, huh? Well, God is so loving and caring to people who accept his love, right? Now, why does cancer exist? Well, it's the physical functions of the world we're in. What you want multicellular organisms to have the potential for mutations, not have fuck ups. So you just want some magical rule. You want to impose some supernatural rule on the natural system provided by a creator. Yeah, no, if you wanted to, if your argument, if that's your argument, then your argument is, why weren't we all just born into heaven with no personality? Oh, doesn't God care about us? Simpletons.
Maybe we only get to be human because we fucked up in heaven.
Pretty much.
Exactly.
You're banished to 70 years on Earth. No.
Hey, you cherub,
we're actually in hell right now, guys. Oh my god.
It's like, Angel, you fucked up. Now you got to go be a human for, I'm going to say 3 lifespans. And they just invented feminism, so good luck.
Okay, so here's another question.
Take your dog, too. Chronic looks up from his dog bowl. What the fuck did I do? You ate all the holy marijuana. Bro, I thought they were treats.
But I'm going to ask this question to you guys as well. I'm sure you already had this debate before, but I think it's pretty important to have this question. It is about religion. So, do you guys believe the quote? And I'm paraphrasing: if God is all powerful, then he's not all good, and if he's not all good, then he's not all powerful.
That's the thing. I see God as neutral. God just is. It's not that God is good, God is bad. God is.
I know, but this came from a philosopher. I forgot what his name was. How he tried to critical think the Christianity,
Okay, well, I'll respond to it. It depends on what you think you do with ultimate power.
Okay.
So people have, some people like, if I had ultimate power, no kids would get cancer, and every little boy that wants to be a girl gets his dick cut off. But that's completely different than someone else with ultimate power. I would say that not every human deserves to go to heaven, and that is blatantly obvious via free will. So if you're arguing against free will, then you would just be a bird in a tree. You would be a fish in a lake.
Yeah, in the sense of when they say like if God is all powerful, he cannot be all good because he has the ability to stop all the bad things. But
he's all good. It's people's choice to accept it or not.
You
can have a great marriage, you can have a great stable family, or you can go ride the football team at the university. There's your choice, woman.
Hey, I definitely agree. I agree. I just put it out there for the chat to.
No, that's fine. That'd be my response to him.
Yeah, because once again, what'd you say?
Let me finish up because I do gotta get out of here.
Okay, so
these people, these atheists who use these arguments, they have very weak goals. They just want a happy life. They want a peaceful life. Happiness is such a pathetic goal to get out of life, and that comes from men, women, anybody that says that. They think there could be nothing achieved. They think if they had perfect power, there would be nothing. They would achieve everything worthwhile without suffering and conquest, right? So how is this green religion going to stand up against the religion of social justice? People are like, well, you just go keep on loving your enemies and turning the cheek. I disagree. I'll leave you guys with two Bible verses before I scoot on out here. You guys ready for this?
I'm ready.
Okay. And I got this from Playing with Fire, because this atheist pickup artist Roach, he loved trying to bring religion into this. He's like, I'm gonna own Chronic with religion from the one verse I can't even quote, and it's like, do unto others what you do unto yourself. He doesn't understand Christianity. A lot of these people who attack it don't understand it. Even a lot of Christians don't understand it. But verse 10 or chapter 10 verse 34 from the book of Matthew says, this is one of my favorite verses. I'm probably gonna get this lasered on a gun. Don't assume that I came to bring peace to the earth. I came not to bring peace, but a sword. And Christ said that. And that kind of links into another book. Now, you guys know about the book of Revelation?
Yes.
It's a fun book. You just try taking a tab of acid and watching like a read through on YouTube. You get some crazy fever dreams. Revelation 6:4 says, then another horse went forth. It was bright red, and the rider was granted permission to take away peace from the world and to make men slay one another. And he was given a great sword. So before I get out of here, if you want to support the channel, consider donating to paypal.me/Sir Yeetus. Thanks for having me on, man.
No problem, man. See you later.
Take it easy, Chronic.
Wow. He leaves as soon as I get on.
The secret's true before
Everybody hates me.
God damn it, Rishi, what have you done? Now it's spreading everywhere.
Oh, here. I'll actually say a little bit on that philosopher's statement now.
Oh, okay.
Take a look at the map of the universe. Look at all the galaxies. Look at the scale of everything. Yeah. And realize God has to be in charge of all that. What makes you and this species so special?
And that's just only the observable universe. Like, we don't have the whole picture. Not even close.
No, but you look at the freaking galaxies upon galaxies. There are more galaxies in the known universe than you can see. You can look at a dark spot in the universe, like where there's no lights. And if you zoom in far enough, you will see thousands upon thousands of galaxies. And you think that God gives a shit what happens to one mammal on this particular floating ball of rock?
That's a good argument. That's good. That's a great argument, actually.
I mean, who knows? Like, when they talk about like God, he's not like us, bro. That's
the thing. But if they're going to talk about God, that you should care about if they think that God should care about every single human and why should any particular human suffer, for freak's sakes, man, you don't care about the mold growing on your bread.
Whoa, what about what if we're just a side project?
Side project, we could be a bloody accident. For like, you look at the grand scale, it's not like we've encountered a whole bunch of humanoid races. We've only popped up in a fraction of the time on this planet. Like in the 4 billion years that there's been life, that this planet's existed, in the 3 billion years that life has existed on this planet, humans haven't even been around. Geez, what? Definitely not tens of millions, but maybe a million or two. I'd have to double check. And freaking sentient humans capable of writing tens of thousands of years at most. Like, this is a blip on the radar. Our entire like I've played Dwarf Fortress. I've seen civilizations rise and fall within minutes, and that's on the scale of hundreds of years. On the scale of the universe, we could be completely unnoticeable depending on how fast it's playing from the perspective of some deity living outside the universe.
Well, that's the argument, though. People that believes in the Big Bang Theory, right? You know, the something had to cause it. It couldn't just come out of nowhere spontaneously. I'm not saying it for sure. It's just theory. But they're like, okay, if it came out of nowhere, like something must have been there to even start the Big Bang. Something out there that is beyond time and space, because there was no time and space before the Big Bang even happened.
You want to go down that rabbit hole, Yeetus?
No, I'm just saying that's the argument.
Do you want the answer?
Soon, very soon. Just give me 1 second. Risha, you were gonna say something?
I don't think I was, but
okay.
I will respond to Gray. Like, the position I take on this, like, I can either disprove or prove the existence of, God. So I'm gonna take probably the stance of maybe devil's advocate for most of this conversation to kind of counterbalance Gray a little bit for the sake of the chat.
Okay, and before you start, it's pretty much this is what I'm talking about. When religion and philosophy, or you can just say objective versus subjective, this is when things start to clash, because religion will say, how do you even know there isn't a God? And then atheists will say, how do you know there is a God? And that's when things get razzle-dazzle. But it's a fun conversation. What'd you say?
That's the immovable object meets the unstoppable force. They just continue it forever.
It's a crazy argument. I love it. I love it because I feel, hey, the more we can have this conversation, maybe one day we'll be inching close enough to finding the truth. Just one day, as long as we keep talking about it, because once again, critical thinking, we gotta talk it out, even though we butt heads. But you say you're going to begin, Rishi?
But to argue, what are we exactly? Are we arguing for like the existence of gods, or do you want to like kind of go to a different topic?
Okay, let's have Greg go down that rabbit hole.
Okay, so I've looked in a little bit to the origins of the universe, and the Big Bang is fascinating because that is effectively the birth of the universe, right?
Yep.
So then let's look at it from the other way. What is the death of the universe? The ultimate end?
Isn't it just basically like everything, all the stars burn out and we're in perpetual darkness forever?
That's the thing. But the light,
I'm trying to remember.
That's the thing. But the nuclear reactions of the stars going out, that's not the end. Things are still in the universe. It might be the end of life as we are aware of it in the universe, but the universe doesn't cease to exist just because the stars stop shining.
Yeah, well, I don't think it really like ends per se, Gray. I think it'll be, darkness for a little while, but then things will kind of reset and the universe will be, without like a better word for it, they'll be reborn and
And
then it'll like
that's
continue the cycle again.
and that's the key thing. We are aware, like, so we look at the Big Bang and we look at a metric shit ton of energy compressed into an impossibly small space. Now, do we know of any phenomenon in our existing universe that takes a shit ton of everything and compresses it down into an impossibly small space? Seriously, no one.
Yeah,
No, I'm
Riker's
here.
asleep. Riker's asleep. Yeetus is usually gone, and I got.
No, I was here. I thought you were still going to continue the.
No, sorry. I'm
Are you
pausing.
going? Are you going for hydraulic a black hole? Is
Bingo.
that what you're going for?
Black holes.
The chat is smart. The chat gets you. The chat's following along. But go ahead and continue.
Exactly. Black holes. Like, this was hypothesized, but it made a lot of sense. The black hole at the other end is another universe.
Has that been? That hasn't been proven yet, right? It's just
Well, we can't exactly go
It's
through
a
a black
theory.
hole. We can't send
Yeah.
a black hole to the opposite side. But there's a couple things that provide some plausibility. One is that we do have evidence of a multiverse. There's actually a stain on the early pictures of our galaxy that hint at the idea that it collided with another galaxy very early on in its life.
Okay. So here's what I think on the there isn't a God side. So when it comes to black holes, when things get sucked in, especially let's say you're in there spaghettification and all that stuff, and pretty much black holes has infinite gravity, right? Would you say that will condense into a singular point?
Yes, like it would. If you look at it, like if you look at gravity as kind of a grid, like have you seen an exponential line, like on a graph? How it just curves up and gets infinitely close to a point, but never actually touches it.
Okay.
Like, that's effectively a black hole. It's a point of infinite density, whereas like a planet will provide a gravity well where like the grid curves around the planet to create an orbit for something that goes in a straight line. Like, a black hole punches through the grid and creates a point of infinite density, so it becomes not a well but a hole.
Okay.
So,
All right.
and then there's the other thing where time passes very strangely for black holes, because you reach a point of infinity where if you were falling towards a black hole and someone from the outside was observing you, you'd go right to the surface of the black hole and then you'd appear to stop.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I know about that.
So you have like all of a universe being bent into these points, which themselves can join up into larger and larger points. And that seems like a reproductive strategy for a galaxy.
Okay. White holes are not a
Sorry if I'm
gray.
not responding too much, but I'm not too knowledgeable on black holes.
He's getting a little sleepy.
It's all good, man. It's
No,
all good.
I'm listening.
We got to raise in. But I'll say this:
As long as that black hole that's reproducing isn't a horror, bro, we good.
Well, I don't know. A black hole does take all comers.
But anyway, Gray, I think the main problem with this series is like when you consider like creation itself. Like we know that the universe is like pretty much well, we theorize anyway that the universe is probably resetting itself, but when did it start, like, going in motion? That just kind of like prolongs the
So we're
argument.
looking back to like the very origins. For that, unfortunately, the closest answer we have to that is, have you heard of Hawking radiation?
No,
Heard of it, but
go ahead and
Right.
explain.
So, all right. So Hawking theorized that constantly matter and antimatter are being spontaneously generated, and then they're meeting and canceling themselves out. This is happening all the time. And one way to verify that would be to look around the edges of black holes, because it's entirely possible that a matter particle and an antimatter particle could form there. And then the antimatter particle would be pulled into the black hole because it'd be just close, and the matter particle would get away. And I can't remember for sure whether or not that's been verified. But the idea that the material and the immaterial is constantly being created and destroyed. The question is, of course, why is there an imbalance? And why is there more matter than antimatter in our existence? And well, if you give infinite time, then it's possible that you would get it to happen on a very small scale. Antimatter particles joining, and because they have mass, they have gravity, they're more interested in each other than the matter particles. Like, we're dealing with literally infinite time, infinite circumstances. It's not impossible to imagine that random assortments of matter and antimatter getting drawn towards their like amounts would eventually create a mass large enough to create the foundations of a universe. And this can then be further accelerated as gravity gets stronger.
Before you continue the argument, chat, go ahead and answer that question. What do you think created our universe? Was it a being that caused the universe, or is the universe just a universe? It's spontaneous.
Well, that's the pivotal question. I think it boils down to: was it intelligently designed, or did it happen by chance?
I mean, I can't say for sure that we aren't all in a giant simulation put together by some sort of other dimensional being,
Yeah.
and they're currently watching the universe on fast forward. Like, we've simulated the creation of the universe mathematically.
Yeah.
Gray, hold up. Madara, I know when it comes to people that believe in God, doesn't exist within the universe, because the person that has to create the universe, before the universe, there was no concept of time or space or anything. So that's pretty much what I said before.
Yeah, it's
okay.
kind of weird
because that we're the star of the show. Like, for fuck's sakes, come on. Really? The entire 15 billion year history of the universe was done just for humanity? Please.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like
how egocentric do you have to get that you think literally every star that you can and can't see in the sky was made solely for something outside the universe to observe you?
Wow. It's like you're small.
Back.
You're a piece of dust. You're nothing in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, it's true though. Like you like consider how long we've been here.
But that's the thing.
It seems that way.
That's the thing. That's the argument, right? God exists outside of time and space, so his concept of time isn't the same as ours.
But that's kind
or whatever being is up there.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem though, because whenever we get into this like debate, we have to basically write like science fiction stories to kind of explain it.
Science fiction.
Like literally. Literally,
shit.
like we have like that's the thing when we try to rationalize, I don't know, theology, is that we don't really know. Like, here's the thing with science: like, we know certain things because they're useful in a way. Like electricity. Imagine electricity in a way. Like, that's the thing that I'm trying to sound intelligent. Forgive me. But
You're good.
that's the thing. Electricity pretty much powers all our designs. We know a lot about it because we can actually like use it. We can be hands-on with it. So it's very, I'd say science is kind of, practical in a way.
Well,
Would you
both
agree
are
with that?
good, but both are good, yes, because one religion can't answer some questions that philosophy has, and philosophy can't answer questions that religion has. For example, we'll go with science. Science cannot explain or confirm anything that happens after you die. Religion helps fill in that void. And on the opposite end, religion cannot truly explain what's how do I say? Um, I was going somewhere with this, but fuck, you guys get what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess you could say since they weren't capable of understanding the sciences we understand today, it's only natural that all the information we know today is going to clash with what our ancestors knew.
Well, that's the thing. But like you go back, like way back to pre-Christianity, back when the Greeks were talking about Zeus, like as though he was actually causing thunderstorms. You had philosophers positing that the earth was floating on a mass of water and that like the origin of the universe came from some amorphous egg-like origin. Like they
Okay,
were
Gray.
using what
I'm
they
gonna,
could understand in the beginnings of their time.
I'm gonna stop you. Yeah, thank you. Philosophy cannot explain why things happen the way it happens, right? So for some reason, a 5-year-old gets cancer, or your grandma literally got ran over by a reindeer. Philosophy cannot truly give a concrete answer on why that thing out of nowhere happened,
Yeah,
because saying
that's
that
why
it's random doesn't help.
that's why I say, it's the how to live life. It doesn't really, there's some overlap between them, between both like philosophy and religion, but I think philosophy is more practical than anything else. I don't think it really gives an explanation.
Well, that's the thing. Science and philosophy, they can explain why, but they can't give you a reason that makes you feel good inside.
Right. And they cannot explain the afterlife.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the
Religion will give you, even though it's most likely false, religion can give you that type of comfort, like
yeah,
you said.
because it's like arguing. Here's the thing: the idea, like the comparison, would be okay. Where do you go after you die? All right, I took a sledgehammer to my computer. Where did it go?
It's just there. Just it's not working anymore. That's it. From a philosophy or science base, atheist base, once you take a sledgehammer to the computer, that's it. It's
Hey, that's
gone.
a good question.
Who?
One guy said, "Working dude, I believe in ghosts. Do you guys believe in ghosts at all? Any kind of superstitious beliefs?"
No.
I believe it to the point where if I can perceive it or experience it,
I never
I'll try to understand it.
I never had an out of body experience.
Me neither.
So unless I can get something like that, I would have to say no. But there's plenty of people saying that they can literally, if they're close to dying or something like that, they can literally see things from a different point of they're not in their body anymore. They can see everybody else. You know, it's a weird.
I've heard and experienced
believe in
enough
ghosts.
that I'm not going to take anything from a house where I think that there might be a spirit attached to some of that shit.
Oh, you're talking about some Native American stuff?
I'm talking like fucking poltergeists and whatnot. Like if you go into some old ass house and you take something home, like I'm to the point where like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not encouraging anyone else to do that. As far as I'm concerned, there's a non-zero chance that you're bringing something with you.
See, that's the weird thing. If I could just, I think the highest form of, if I'm ever to believe something, there is something I have experienced and others have experienced. There's this phenomenon. It's like weird shit people talk about, like the back room stuff like that. But there's this phenomenon, at least what I experienced as a child, that you would have dreams, or you would at least think that you had memories of like black figures with red eyes. And I try thinking about that a lot. I'm like, what if it's just shadows of like what you're like, how you have a dream and you're going about it. It's like, oh, I've recognized this place and this and that. Like, what if these forms with red eyes are just things you've encountered in normal life? Like, you could correlate it to like the red eyes of like photographs and like how you grew up in that time. But it's weird because since we're talking about ghosts and stuff, I've heard of experiences of like, let's say I have a friend, he's in his early 30s. His mother was I'm not going to say the most virtuous person, but it got to a point where he actually started to believe that his house was like had a poltergeist or something really bad was going on, because there was always this energy. And it always made me think, like, that's why I don't like talking about this stuff, because I kind of stay away from it. But it's like, it's weird. You hear all these stories and you just never experienced it. And you're just like, even I wouldn't take stuff from an old house, Like,
Yeah, it's definitely spooky.
It's better off not experiencing it, and you just avoid certain scenarios within your life. Oh yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go over there. Stuff like that.
Here would be kind of another way to look at it. So who here is familiar with tinnitus?
I don't know what that is.
Me, because I am pretty sure I have it. That's the ear problem, right?
Yeah, where damage in your ears creates a false sound.
Yep, that's I definitely have that. Yeah.
So like, you get random ear ringing to a certain extent, like, but there's no actual sound playing. It is just your brain interpreting a signal that it doesn't understand, and so you perceive it as something that you can rationalize, i.e., hearing.
I agree.
And I've heard of, and I need to verify certain experiments that have provided evidence for a psychic link between humans, where if you have two humans and they're hooked up with some neurodes, and you turn the light on in the room of one of them, the isolated human in the other room will perceive it at the exact same moment, even though there's no light turning on. So there's weird things that the human brain may be capable of doing if we looked into it a little bit further. And it may be that some of these supernatural phenomenon, they could be false images, but provided by some sort of real effect.
Can I add something to that? Oh, when you're done, sorry.
We need to look into it further to get anything conclusive.
Before you continue, Riker, I'm gonna add these people right quick.
I just have a last couple thoughts on that.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, you can add them now, but I completely agree with you, Gray. I think it probably is just like an instinct survival thing that goes on. I mean, it's just weird. There are times in my life when there's been insane car accidents, and I've heard stories of people actually being overcome with this very weird specific sensation. And at times the car accident happens and they survive, or they don't survive, but I have heard plenty of stories where people are just overcome with a strange feeling, like they get like electric, it's like, and then boom, the car accident happens or something happens. And I always thought it was strange. It's never happened to me, but I've heard a lot of stories.
Okay. I'm see. Oh, here we go. Okay, now it might get crazy. All right. Good luck, Gray. Good luck, Gray.
Just a second in the bathroom, and then I'll take on whoever's showing up.
Oh, it's your arch nemesis.
Oh, this will be
We
fun.
know.
Yeah. And I'm about to, like I said earlier in the stream, I'm gonna be right back. Within 10 minutes, I'll be stepping out so I can get some drink, and then I'll be right back. But well, do you have anything to say, Rishi, about what Gray said, or are you good?
Specifically,
Yeah, like anything to pinpoint, or are you good?
I don't know. I think there's something to be said about like superstitious beliefs, because I looked in to some of these things, and you look across like cultures and other nations, other part of the world that didn't really have contact with each other for a large part of their histories, and they've formed not one-to-one but very similar superstitions, like with spirits, vampires, just like these creatures. And I think especially giants is like a big conspiracy theory that's been going around.
Yeah,
I've noticed.
Can I add something? You said gins or giants, or what?
Giants,
All right.
like giant. Like
one thing that
humanoids.
was really weird to me too, if we could say that, like about the superstitions, how people create superstitions. One that caught my interest are jinns from Islam, and it caught my interest because it says, well, people explain that only animals can spot them, and you have countless videos of just animals just reacting to something that isn't there at all. And I'm like, oh man, this is trippy as hell. Like, I never fold or believe in it. I just witness it and I hear these texts from religious texts, and I'm just like, oh god, man.
All right, I'm back.
Okay, I'm gonna add two people, Carry On and Frank. If you're able to wait for a bit, I'll definitely add you after the fact. But I'm gonna add Island Hermit, and Island Hermit. There's gonna be a good debate going down between these two people, so please don't murder him.
What's up, guys?
Well, what's up?
Yeah, I just want to say, like, I kind of got like a lot to say about. So I just got out of the gym and I've been listening to you guys on and off. Now, me personally, I'm an atheist, but I also think there are a fuck ton of red pills in the Bible, and I think religion can overall be good. I just personally don't believe it.
Well, yeah, that's fine and dandy. Like, I have no issues with people that just want to be strictly objective, right? Even though,
and like, here's the thing: there's over 4,000 religions. It's like they all can't be right. It's either they're all right or they're all wrong, or just one of them is right, and there's really no way to know.
Yeah, until it happens.
Yeah, until you're dead. You either wake up in a pit of fire, or you're at the pearly gates, or it's just nothingness.
It's like, damn, God's a furry. What the fuck?
Yeah. Are you sure? Hey, are you sure that isn't hell?
Oh, no.
The devil's persona.
You fucking wake up, you think you're in heaven, you're like in Cloud City, and then they're just fucking furry surrounding you. No!
No.
Oh god, that'd be like Twilight Zone.
Yeah, that'd be
bro. That'd be worse than hell. I'd rather get burned in the lake of fire than that.
But I am going to add Madara. Madara, there's some feedback right now.
What's up? I'm here.
So when I talk, yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you, but the volume in your background is loud. I can hear myself. Do you have headphones or anything?
No, I have headphones for my PC, but like my son's on the PC right now, so that's not gonna work.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Is it better if I talk lower?
It's better. Wait, hello. It's better, right?
Yeah.
I just want a quick crack at Gray, and then I'll be out.
Oh, too easy. We'll let you guys have at it. Go for it.
All right. So what's the first topic, Gray? You want to talk about evolution, or you want to talk about what do you want to go at it?
But Madra, a big thing. When you're not talking, are you able to mute?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll work. All right.
Okay, so evolution's a good place to start. Let's jump into your understanding of evolution.
Oh, you want me to go first?
Yeah, you can go first.
All right. I'm just saying that evolution is absurd from the perspective that it takes so long, right? I mean, it takes like 100,000 years for something to evolve, and you have to understand how long of amount of a time that is. Like any species would die before that length of time, right? I mean, well, what triggers evolution, right?
So you don't know?
No, I'm asking you. They say that that danger or environmental pressures or predation or what have you triggers evolution, but over the course of 60,000 years, you're gonna be dead. I mean, that you see what I'm saying?
Well, yes, but you don't understand evolution, so it doesn't make sense to you.
Okay, well, explain evolution to me, and I'll put you on mute, or I'll mute my mic.
All right. Well, quite simply, as a human, every living being is created from the code of DNA. That DNA changes to a certain extent. Well, first, when you're born, because, well, let's see, even if you reproduce asexually and you're a literal clone, the time between you as a single-celled gamete to you reaching sexual maturity, the process of cell division has errors. So your DNA is not consistent throughout the body. To a certain 99.999% it is. But there are some inconsistencies, and so those translate into random mutations. Every life form gets these. Some of them are completely denied.
All right, so you're saying that if a life form encounters difficulty or some kind of a problem, that it can just randomly mutate a new trait?
No.
Then what are you saying?
I'm saying that life forms randomly mutate new traits regardless.
Well, if that's the case, I want wings and telepathy.
Okay, you're not going to get those because you don't get.
Well, why not? If it's random, I mean, maybe.
Because it's random on such a small scale that creating abilities such as telepathy or complex things like wings is not going to happen. You may, however, get a tail, but that's going to be determined very early on. If you don't get it more or less by the time you're a fetus, you're probably not going to get it anywhere later in life, because a large number of your cells would need to experience the same mutation at the exact same time. And the number, we have billions of individual letters in our DNA. To get something like wings, we'd need to change tons of them. Thousands.
It would depend on your environment.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. So if I almost drown myself every night in the bathtub, why will I not grow gills? I mean, or in other words, how far does an organism have to be pushed to the brink before that happens?
The thing is, you think that it changes in response.
It's not like Pokemon.
No. Let me give you an example of evolution.
Well, hang on. If it's not like Pokemon, then how did we evolve from like a fucking single-celled organism?
I will explain.
Like through the environment.
I'll explain using moths because they're probably the easiest. So first off, you have a birch forest and you have a bunch of moths, and there's some variations, but by and large, this one species of moth is very lightly colored. Then you get a factory in that forest, and it covers the trees with soot. The brightest and whitest moths are more visible against these blackened trees, and they are now easier targets, and they are eaten. The surviving moths are the ones with darker pigmentation. They pass that darker pigmentation off to their offspring so that they have better, and the darker offspring end up having better camouflage. The environment, danger, and predation selects for certain genetic traits to be successful. And so eventually, this entirely white species of moth has now evolved to a darker species of moth through environmental factors. They didn't change within their lifetime. All the brightest and whitest moths didn't get darker. They died. And only the darkest moths survived to reproduce and pass on to the next generation.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like an extent you can evolve as like an adult. Like you can increase your tolerance to like alcohol and like other substances.
Yeah, I would say that's a little bit different.
That goes more into
that's a little different.
That goes more into epigenetics, where it is genetic traits you already have activating under environmental circumstances, which is separate from evolution.
Well, there's also the point where like you can walk around like I think I read or watched like a story about like a guy who like didn't wear shoes outdoors, and eventually his like foot, like the skin on his foot would grow so thick, that he didn't like feel anything. Really.
Yeah, that would be like the equivalent to calluses.
Yeah, so
yeah,
to some extent you can.
But so far, Gray's only described micro adaptations.
So far, you're wrong.
How do you explain macro evolution from one species and form into a completely different form?
What? Who kicked it? Did somebody kick him, or did he leave? Yeetus, did you kick him?
No, probably not.
No, I didn't do anything.
Oh,
probably a malfunction or something.
It
takes millions and millions of years. Small changes throughout millions of years, you will look extremely different. It all depends on your climate, the predators, the environment, and some species don't succeed. Some of them just die off. That's why they call it survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest really means the survival of the most who can adapt the most. So if you can't adapt to your new environment, say you're going into an ice age and you can't adapt for that new climate, you will die off.
Well, I mean, you could look at like apes, look at the diversity in like because a lot of apes are very different from each other. Like chimpanzees are not gorillas or bonobos or silverback gorillas. You can even see it kind of there a little bit.
Yeah, they just took different branches. Like I'm sure there was like slight differences in their evolutionary path.
Yeah, and if I'm going to see if we can get Madara back. If not, then I can go a little bit deeper into this. But
he's back.
Well, yeah, can you? Okay, sweet.
He thought we evolved
Sorry, I accidentally hit my phone.
Okay, so yeah, Madara, I'll explain using two different examples. The first off is dogs. All dogs were once wolves. And it was through the selective breeding of humans that we managed to turn the wolf into everything from a Great Dane to a Chihuahua.
Well, that's what I said, right? I said selective reproduction, but a dog to a wolf, I would describe that as micro. I wouldn't describe that as macro. Right?
But
like a dog into a wolf, that's not a totally new form per
wolf
se.
to a dog specifically. We're not going dog to wolf.
Or yeah, that's what I mean. I'm
That
sorry.
same wolf transformed from everything to a Great Dane to a toy poodle.
Okay,
Those are
well,
very
what?
different forms.
Okay, well, so how does what came before the wolf?
Well, that's where we get into the precursors of mammals. And that is where we get to specialization. So there are going to be... Oh, shit, he's gone again.
Yeah, he must be having problems.
I did not kick him.
Oh, yeah, you can see this from whales actually came from a dog-like species. They weren't dogs, but they're similar to dogs. And then eventually they ventured off into the water. And then over time, they just changed to what we have now as whales. And you can see it all throughout the fossil record that follows from the dog-like form to the whale-like form. It just took millions and millions of years to reach that.
Well, and to answer the question of okay, well, why do they do that? Well, that is because of competition over resources.
Yep, I watched a full documentary and I just can't. It was so long ago.
There are going to be some. Let's go with the dogs to whales here. So there are going to be some dogs that are better than swimming at other dogs, and there are going to be some dogs that are better at acquiring resources on land. And the dog.
Imagine this guy.
Oh, hey, Angler, welcome back.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing great. Guys, be right back. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Gray, actually, I had a quick question for you. I've been sitting here listening to your debate with Medora, and I'm no scholar or anything like that. A lot of my process of being within the community here is to learn. And you mentioned that. Is that my mic?
No, that's moderate feedback.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but when I hit the mic button, it kicks me out. So I'm just going to go hard for a second, and then I'm just going to go ahead and hop out.
Hey, Medora. Actually, kind of finish my question to Gray.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. So Gray, Medora, can you mute?
I'll try, but it may kick me out.
We'll bring you back after. Don't worry.
Okay. Gray, you mentioned these inconsistencies in DNA. And I mean, I've been listening really intently to this whole conversation tonight. Black holes, the destruction of the universe and all that. Is it possible that these little inconsistencies in the DNA are in place for a reason, for evolutional reasons? Like, maybe that little piece of DNA, when the body dies, energy is released, or this, that, and the other. Is that in place for maybe a reason like that?
Sorry, you're getting into the body dying connected with the mistakes in DNA copying that is cellular division. I'm not seeing the connection there. Can you go a bit deeper?
I wish I could.
Well, as for there being a reason,
So are you asking that? You're asking Gray if that's in itself intelligent design?
Well, here would be the reason why it's undesirable, because it's that exact same mechanism that allows for this genetic mutation that also allows for the formation of cancer.
Okay.
That's the trade-off. If there was a 100% perfect copy of DNA every single time with no corruption and no loss in the structure, then we would be functionally immortal and we would never get cancer.
So that inconsistency, those few inconsistencies that we have in our DNA, those are not necessarily meant as like a survival mechanism.
No, they're a byproduct of a natural reaction, which can be beneficial and has been beneficial, but it can also be disastrous for us. Like, quite frankly, if it wasn't for this, we probably would never have. If there was a system that was absolutely perfect and didn't mutate, it would have existed back when we were single-celled organisms floating around in the like early fluid soup of life, and we just never would have been able to grow beyond that without the mutation, and we were outcompeted by those that could.
Great. Why aren't single-celled organisms? Why aren't we seeing new forms evolve?
We do all the time.
So we have seen new species evolve from these tiny life forms.
Yeah,
Can you name some?
the common cold.
I meant like animals and stuff like that.
So he's asking like why we're not able to get brand new multicellular organisms out of single-celled organisms in the time that we've been observing said organisms, which has only been like what, a century at most that we've even been able to see.
Well, the thing this guy doesn't get is it takes like small changes over time. You basically turn into something totally new. So like say an animal, like, you know, one evolutionary thing makes it lose its fur, and then like hundreds of, I don't know, man.
Well, that's the thing, like
long time.
One way to kind of show it is actually there's a point where head lice and crotch lice diverged as a species. And that's where they point out this is when humans lost all their body hair.
They say the T-Rex's closest ancestor is the chicken. What do you guys think of that?
Genetically, well, that's the thing. We've actually given chickens their teeth back.
Yeah, they've done some chickens before. There was like almost like some Jurassic Park shit. They gave them the teeth back, fucking claws and shit.
Yeah, so that's, you know, I wouldn't say that it's the T-Rex is a direct ancestor. More like the T-Rex and the chickens shared a common ancestor. But genetically related, yeah, they'd be incredibly similar.
Fellas, I appreciate you having me in. I'm going to jump out and give space for somebody else. I just had that question for Gray. You guys have a good night. I'm going to hop back in the chat and just try to soak all this in.
All right, you too, Angler. Have a good night.
Take care.
Yeah, so like that's right, because all the large dinosaurs, like they were not able to adapt to the meteor and all the other stuff that just annihilated the food supply.
Yeah, only the small like rodent ones were able to evolve, and then they evolved like bird-like, and they had feathers, and you can actually see the feathers in the fossil record.
What's funny is that it's entirely possible that some of the other large dinosaurs did have feathers that just didn't survive into the fossil record.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. These fossils are so old, but there are examples where you can see like some of them did.
Yeah. Like one was even the T-Rex having feathers.
Yeah, they said the baby T-Rex definitely had feathers. It was an adaptation to keep warm, and then I think they lost their feathers as they got older.
That makes sense. Kind of like how young deer have all those extra white spots, and then they lose those as they get older.
Yep.
That's exactly the thing. Like, so, but the large dinosaurs, they didn't evolve to become the birds and chickens, etc. of today. They died. They just straight up went extinct. And that's really the difference. Like, evolution is not something that happens on an individual level.
That dude thought he thought it was like Pokemon. He thought if he kept trying to drown himself in the bathtub, he'd just like fucking turn into Blastoise or something. Come on, I'm gonna evolve this time.
Yeah, no, it would be more so like, what if you took 1,000 men and 1,000 women, and you put them all underwater for the same period of time, and then the last surviving, let's say 10 of each, like just for some genetic diversity, you breed them together and make them all have 10 kids. So there's another 1,000 humans, and then you drown all those till there's only
I can
1%
picture
left.
somebody walking in on that dude while he's trying to drown himself. And he's like, fuck, I must not have enough rare candies yet.
Yeah, no, and then you just repeat the process. And you don't like just straight up drown them. You train them to their maximum potential limit.
You know, the funny thing is, though, if like say there was like a small group of people that actually did do that and they didn't die, they would probably evolve an adaptation to be able to hold their breath longer.
Well, that's exactly
Who
what
knows
happens.
where it would go from there?
Well, that's what happens in some coastal communities, because like if they do like deep sea diving for their food, also
Yeah, I've seen those videos. Those guys are legit chilling on the bottom of the ocean with their spear for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Also, Madara Geet probably had to step out. He'll be back soon. He'll probably let you in when he gets back. But yeah, that's the thing. So you have these small communities of people where the most successful people there, and this is where hypergamy does actually play a very positive role in evolution. The male that is best able to acquire resources in these scenarios has the best genetics for said scenarios.
And then you have that other group of people where they evolved at a higher altitude, so they're able to breathe. But when you have somebody that doesn't go up there, they can't breathe worth shit. It's extremely hard for them. They can barely walk, but those people are like running, jumping from rock to rock. It's fucking easy for them.
Exactly. You get all these kinds of, I guess they've been called micro adaptations within the human species. Now, we aren't genetically diverse enough or physically diverse enough that we can't get to the point where it's like, okay, there's no longer compatibility for breeding. But at the same time, we've successfully bred lions with tigers and produced valid genetic offspring. Meaning we can
you know, the funny thing is they can't breed, I don't think.
No, they can. You can get
no,
a
they
liger.
can breed, but if you took two ligers and tried to have them breed, I don't think they can have kids.
They successfully made a liger.
So you're talking about two ligers mating?
I think it was a liger and a lion.
No, I'm pretty sure if you take two ligers, though, they couldn't have them reproduce. There was like something with the DNA.
That's the thing. They're just genetically distinct enough, but they were able to make a liger, so it's right on the bleeding edge. Kind of like how you combine a horse and a donkey, you get a mule, but the mule can't reproduce.
Yeah, it's like that with the liger. All I know is when the nukes hit, the mushrooms are going to be the new species to take over.
No, it'll be the mushrooms versus the cockroaches.
Reese is going to be the cult leader of the mushrooms. It's going to be like Planet of the Apes, but with mushrooms.
It will be my legion, and I shall be their Caesar.
He will rise up. I shall not be oppressed no more.
This world belongs to me now.
Well, no. Okay, so Madara is saying in the chat, and I quote, "That's how humans came about, Gray. Like the liger, we are a hybrid species created by selective reproduction." Well, the thing is, selective reproduction, yes, that is the basis of evolution, because the environment is selecting for who gets to survive and reproduce. That does not necessarily mean that there was some other dimensional being that was selective that was selectively breeding humans the same way we would dogs.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting conversation.
Yeah. So now the thing is with the humans, the way that we separate from the apes, it really depends on which do you think came first, the running ape or the water ape?
Well, like a lot of us evolving into apes was we started cooking our meat, and I'm pretty sure that made our brain start to grow and became smarter.
I think that might have gotten us to Homo sapiens.
Yeah, I
But
forget what level. There's so many different hominid.
That's the thing. There were like 8 species of hominids. So I think that we lost our central body hair and gained our more upright gait before we gained our larger frontal lobes. So now it really depends, because if you think the running ape theory, then it's after we got outcompeted in the trees and took to the ground, we got better at running. And of course, the less body hair you have, the easier it is to sweat. Therefore, we became endurance runners, and only the humans, and only the early humanoid apes, Homo habilis, I believe.
Yeah, Homo habilis.
Yeah, Homo habilis. Like those.
Why they all got a homo in their name? That's kind of gay.
For real. How about a hetero habilis?
yeah, for real. Hetero habilis.
So
I'm not a Homo sapien like you. I'm a hetero sapien because I'm straight.
That's the thing. So, like, the theory is that we came from the smaller and weaker of the early ape species, and so we weren't able to compete in the trees. Because I mean, you stack us up next to a chimpanzee or gorilla, we're not exactly going to win. So we go to the ground and we start chasing stuff on the ground. And those of us that are able to move further on the ground with the most endurance, which would typically be longer legs, able to sweat, and being upright too is a huge advantage because you're able to see a lot further. Madara got kicked again, so if you can let him back in.
Yeah, I just want to say the leftist atheists make the fucking the normal atheist look bad. You got the amazing atheist putting bananas in his butt, and then they're all doing this crazy shit. And then you just have like a normal dude like me, like, hey, you guys are fucking nuts.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
All right, so let me get a point in before I get kicked out of here again.
I didn't kick you out.
I did it trying to mute the mic. I'm saying great. But anyway, modern humans are Cro-Magnon, correct?
I don't think so.
Google that. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
No, they're Homo sapiens.
I'm pretty sure that Cro-Magnon is the first fully modern human.
Among the
like
first
what we are
fossils to be
today is Homo
recognized.
sapien.
No, technically yes. Among the first fossils to be recognized as belonging to our own species.
All right. So what I'm saying is that, like I said, humans are a hybrid species like the liger, but I mean, this is going to be kind of brutal when I say this, but do y'all know what the Germans believed?
No, what they believe.
Like, I mean, it's kind of spicy, but the Germans believed. Do you know what the special symbol the mustache man had on the flag? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Buddhist symbol. It's a Buddhist
Right.
symbol. So
okay, well, no, it's called the Black Sun Wheel, and what it is it's like what they believed anyway, is that it's the symbol of the original human man, which is non-simian, right? So, in other words, the original human man is non-simian, and he came to this world not from space or whatever, but from a place called Hyperborea. And when he come here to this plane to this world, he mixed with the hominids you were talking about earlier, and created the races that you see in the world today. So, for example, Africans.
You see this off Ancient Aliens?
No, well, see, that's kind of right, but they didn't come at it from that perspective. Like Hyperborea is like a supernatural realm or some shit. But anyways, so like Asians are Neanderthal plus Cro-Magnon. Africans are a ghost species. Most people think Homo erectus plus Cro-Magnon. And I mean, this is like, some spicy stuff, but they believe that they were descended from that original root race of the first human, the fully humans. And like, that's what I meant when I said that we were a hybrid species, is that's how the humans came about. That's how they believed all humanity came about. That's why you find these mummies and stuff in China, and you find, that black sun wheel all over. You find it in India, you find it in China, and you find these mummies and stuff, and that they're like that antediluvian civilization that seeded the world. And like, that's how humanity was created. In other words, the reason you find those weird mummies in China that predate Asian people is because there were no Asian people at all. And then that Cro-Magnon, or that Hyperborean, or that root race mixed with Neanderthal and created Asians, mixed with Homo erectus and created Africans. And genetically speaking, that's correct. Am I wrong?
Whoa. Isn't that what we're supposed to do? Like,
well, you see, the only thing that I'm finding contention with is the Hyperboreans not having a common ancestor with the rest of the hominid species.
Yeah, I mean, well, they haven't found that missing link, bro.
Well, but you'd have to show me, okay, where is the Hyperborean DNA?
Do you really want me to go there? I'm like, I don't know if y'all are ready for this. I mean, I'm getting into like some esoteric shit right now.
we can save that for another stream.
All right, cool. I won't go that deep. But anyways, yeah, I mean, I think that just to steer away from that and back to the evolution thing, I think that, like I said, I don't think it's like this transformational force that's activated. I think that everything is what it is because that's what it's selected for in reproduction.
That's literally evolution, selective reproduction through environmental pressure. If you think genetic evolution is something that is triggered by environmental stresses, then that goes back to what I said 2 hours ago. You don't understand what evolution is.
Right, but you said that. Okay, so you're saying that those single-celled organisms were consciously making the choice to select for traits?
No, the environmental pressures prioritize certain traits as being better for survival over others.
It all comes down to survival.
I mean, it's a solid argument, but I'm not totally sold.
Well, quite honestly, whether or not you or I convince each other is entirely irrelevant. This is more so us presenting our arguments for the chat and whoever else might watch this.
I know that. I was just saying.
Yeah.
But hey, man, thanks for stopping by and stating your case.
Indeed.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
All right, peace.
Peace out.
Later.
What an interesting dude.
So
Indeed.
why do you guys think there are so many different religions? I think it was just people took the world around them and they tried to figure it out and they interpreted it a little differently. What do you guys think?
You want to take this first, or I can?
What was the question again?
Basically, like, why is there so many different religions? Like, my theory is people took the world around them and they pretty much just tried to make sense of the world.
Heavily influence on culture and environment. I agree. But what you gonna say, Gray?
Yeah, no, I'm down to the same bit. You're going to get as many religions as you're going to get like different cultures. Even the original Christianity, like, yeah, you had Jesus as an actual person. And how accurate the Bible is to the actual events of his life is probably subject to a lot of debate, really. But back when just before Constantine solidified the Bible as a singular bit, you had a whole bunch of different cults of Jesus. So even around the same historic event, you're going to get a ton of different groups interpreting the exact same event in subtly different ways. Now, if you isolate these people by geography and subject them to different hierarchies of society, then you're going to get vastly different religions. I'm actually somewhat convinced that the early stories of Greek mythology are based on the nobility of Greece at the time.
Yep, similar to the Vikings. Why do you think that, since they are pretty much, they put warriors and conquering lands and stuff as a high priority, the gods reflect that, you know? If you
Yep.
they would much rather die in battle and wine and dine in the halls of Valhalla. You know,
Yep, it
as a
reflected
reward.
on their culture. But yeah, the Vikings had some of the coolest gods, and the Egyptians had the coolest gods. Those are like my favorite like mythologies.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. All of those, if you took out, like, if you just kind of looked at the mythological aspects as being, yeah, that shit can just happen. Those shit reads out like Game of Thrones. Let's be honest.
Yeah, because at the same time, for example, it's like you are from Greece and this other person is from, I don't know. Let's say what else is around Greece? What's nearby Greece? I can't think right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, just give me like a different country or something.
Raise the brains, he knows.
Okay.
Off the top of my head, I don't know, Spain.
Okay, let's say around the time there goes Greece, and then the other one is Spain, and you guys see a huge super volcano. They're probably gonna die, but let's say super volcano, boosh, oh shit, they will both, because this is subjective, you know, theories based on their culture, based on, you know, like you said, their environment, on how they explain why that volcano went off. You know, pretty much two different perspectives on the situation. That's what I was trying to say. Because, like I said, based on what you've been taught growing up and the environment and stuff, everybody's going to have different ways on explaining moments that they can't comprehend. So,
Now, are you guys? I imagine you guys are probably religious, right?
not. I will say no. Like I ain't gonna front. I say
Yeah,
I'm
I'd have to
agnostic.
agree.
I say I'm agnostic. I say I'm that.
Yeah, I'd say I'm atheist agnostic because, like, I don't believe, but there also could be. And I think if there were a God, it's not a God from any of our holy religious books. It would be like something so crazy that we wouldn't even really be able to comprehend it.
That's a big thing. Comprehend. I believe there's something out there that we haven't discovered yet, and that being or whatever it is, or the place, we just can't comprehend it. Like we can't. Our minds don't have the
Like our little
capacity.
human minds would not even be able to like try to figure it out.
And I'm a big, heavy fan of science, but the science has to make sense, not based off of crazy emotion, political bullshit.
Not Fauci science.
Well,
Yeah.
well, this is where, like, apparently, I guess some people wouldn't consider me religious. I just expand the definition of God into a giant metaphor for the more primal. Because if you were to look at the universe of, if you looked at the universe and you saw it as a household, the patriarch of the household would be the one who establishes all the laws and rules. Make sense?
Yeah, I definitely agree.
That's why God as the Father makes sense as a metaphor.
Yes.
So because you say like, oh, mother God would be more malleable and loose with the rules subject to change.
Well, do you think we just think that way because, like, we're for sexual dimorphism, us as humans, we're the stronger, bigger, intelligent, but then you got hyenas where their sexual dimorphisms flipped. The females are the bigger, stronger ones and smarter.
Oh yeah, no, if it was like females who set the fucking law down, then we'd absolutely in the Abrahamic religions think of God as a female. Like it's a metaphor based. It's a metaphor that you can explain these vast esoteric concepts to people who really can't think on that level.
You'll have what we have in today if we put the emphasis on God as female. Look around you. That females put a lot of emphasis on being a female. Look, like society's going to shit.
Well, there's many religions like that, but they're not. It really does depend.
Well,
what I'm trying to say is
2 seconds. Be right back.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is when it comes to God, like the supreme God is female. Let's say they're thinking logically, right? Because we're going based on experience. They will definitely, like I agree with Gray, there'll be definitely a lot more loose, easier commandments or rules and able to bend it or change it at a whim's notice because that's
those religions aren't as stable. Those religions aren't as strict as more stable religions. So like a lot of like how to say Wiccan or witch religions are just old religions that died out, which majority have like female gods as their head rulers. I think there's a like a subculture or cult, whatever you want to call it, a religion that's in north of Spain that's surrounded by mountains. It doesn't have any connections to Christianity. It's its own religion, and majority of the pantheon is female, but they're not as strict because it's based on a female religion. But if you go like to like you can say Greek, it is based off like the Greek religion is based off the nobility, but it has some influence from the Persian religion, well, pseudo-Persian, like Babylonian and all that crap religions that have influenced it and moved out from over the time. You can actually trace back Mary to Ishtar if you're going through religions and cultures and beliefs and so on. Like the Virgin Mary is a persona of Venus in like the Roman Catholic Church's eyes. And Venus is so this goes on. A lot of religious characters have traces in other religions because they mix. People don't stay in one place.
Well, it's like, the days of the week are named after gods. Thor is Thor's day. Saturday is Saturn. Wednesday is Odin. I can't remember the rest of them.
Tuesday is Tyr. Monday is Moon. Sunday is
Friday is Freya.
A big thing though, just sidetrack. If there's any ladies watching right now, Mary is beyond important in the
Quran.
All major religions, all of them. Especially in Quran, like she literally has her own chapter in the Quran. That's how important she is.
She's literally like what, the second most important figure in the Bible? As far as religious artwork is concerned, I'm pretty sure that there's twice as much fan art. Like in terms of who's depicted, I'm pretty sure Mary is depicted more than anyone else except for Jesus.
It'll be Mary.
Would you guys say that Marxism is a religion?
Let me answer this. Right. Mary is the considered by the Torah, the Bible, the Quran to be the greatest woman that ever walked the earth. Because guess what, women? She actually is a good example of what to be when it comes to being a female, being feminine, being a woman. Just put it out there. But I'm sure you guys don't give a fuck. I'm probably burning your souls just mentioning her name. But back to the Marxism.
Marxism is
Well, what would you call what the left is doing now? Because whatever you would classify it as now is definitely like their religion.
Well, they treat it as a religion. Like going back to kind of the roots of this, I'd actually say Marxism would be a philosophy.
Yeah, it's a philosophy. But
At best, the most solid way you could put it is economic theory. But then it's a philosophy to apply to the human species at large. And it doesn't work.
yeah,
But people want to believe that it works.
yeah. I guess the best way to say like the difference between a philosophy and a religion is it's pretty hard because they feed into each other. We don't know which like
Yeah, they
we can
do
tell-
overlap.
Yeah, it's like a river. It's like there's we're not sure where the river starts from, but we know they cross into each other frequently before they split apart. So it's like how much of one aspect has bled into the other, and how much of the other aspect bled into one.
And I'm sure a lot of philosophies stole things from certain religions.
Oh,
And
of
so a lot
course.
of religion stole stuff from philosophies too. So
They're
Yep.
saying that like even the Bible and the Torah, like hell, the Quran got stuff from the Bible, and people are saying there's a lot of not a lot, but there's some hint of Egyptian influence in the
Yeah,
Bible.
it's all
as
like they
well.
kind of copied off each other's homework, but changed it up a little bit.
But
But
definitely. Now, okay, let's kind of get into a more metaphysical bit. This, like, when it comes to religion, I've done a bit of research, and it's been roughly divided up into 3 ages of human understanding. And that's the
I
age of
know. yeah. No, you
the
keep
age
going.
of the age of Isis, the age of Ra, and the age of Horus.
You
so-
talking about Egyptian?
Ra's the best.
Well, no, that's the
Okay.
thing.
Wait,
Like, if
hold
you-
up, Gray. Carry on. What's going on?
oh, sorry about that. I'm just moving around.
Okay. Continue, Gray.
So like, it uses the Egyptian gods metaphorically, but it basically comes from where do humans think life comes from, divided into 3 ages. The age of Isis is the earliest one, where it comes from the woman, the female, Mother Earth. And this is where you get the earliest religions that are nature worshiping, earth worshiping.
So paganism, pretty much, or
Paganism, many Native American religions still hold on to that as well.
right.
But then you get to the age of Ra, where it's, oh, no, life comes from the sun. And this switches, life comes from the female to life comes from the male and is incubated in the female.
Pretty much, yeah.
And so it's seen as, okay, life comes from the sun. And so you get sun worship.
Oh, and that's why men are called sons, pretty much.
To a certain extent, yes.
Yeah, that would actually make sense.
But then you get the current age, the age of Horus, where life comes from life. It is a cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Because Horus was made from the remains of his father, for lack of a better term, Osiris.
Yeah, Ra was the grandpa, right?
Depends on which context you're going by. It could be the grandfather or the great grandfather.
Egyptian religion is very weird with their family trees. But basically,
Yeah.
Osiris was killed, cut to pieces, and then resurrected, and Horus took over his job as guardian of the afterlife. I forget exactly whether Osiris became Horus or...
No. Osiris became the god, the ruler of the afterlife after Isis made a golden penis so they could have children or some bullshit like that.
Right,
And,
because
Wait, what?
Osiris's severed penis got thrown
Eaten by a
into
fish.
eaten by a
Or
fish.
crocodile.
Wait,
It's one
no,
of those two.
no, it was a fish, which is why the Egyptians thought that eating fish was gay.
Even I thought this was funny. The
I didn't know this.
The Egyptian
Seriously,
gods are Ra's no joke. Okay.
I'm gonna send you a fucking video that it's kind of a tangent, but it goes into a bit of a deep dive on Egyptian religion. It is fucking
you-
hilarious.
I
Fish,
gotta see
motherfucker, you gay. He's
But that's-
eating fish. He's gay.
So, but the age of Horus. Wait, actually, shit, that makes the fish sticks joke even deeper.
I was
now.
just thinking of that too, Gray.
But no, the age of Horus is the one we're currently in, which is where life comes from life. Like you can't just put sun and dirt together in order to make life. You need to have it be seeded by a previous life form.
So what comes after that? Are we just gonna go back to the beginning?
No,
Well, no,
this is
that's
the
the
final
question.
stage.
We are currently in the age of Horus. It would be interesting if there was an age to come after this, but like this is relatively recent. We only got out of the age of Ra extremely recently, but you look at the kind of religions that come out of that. We go from sun deities to deities that reincarnate, Buddha and Jesus, for example.
My favorite Egyptian god was Anubis. I used to have this fish. His name was Anubis. He was mean as fuck, dude. He killed two piranhas.
You talking about the dog head?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dog
jackal.
head. I had this jaguar fish, and for some reason I named him Anubis, and he was fucking mean as shit, dude. He would ram into the aquarium to try to like attack you if you fucking went by. He used to punk out my cat all the time because the cat would jump up there to like see what he's doing, and he'd just fucking smash into the glass. And the guy that we got him from, he was like, yeah, this fish is crazy. He killed two piranhas. I'm like, I want it. I want it.
So I'm gonna add the final boss real quick. Real talk, what's going on?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yo, what's going on, my brudas?
Also,
Yeah.
I'm going to add Frank. What's going on, Frank?
Hey, brother, can you the classic?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We'll start with real talk, then we go to you, Frank. So real talk, based on what you heard on the live stream so far and all that craziness, what's your input?
Now you guys know I like try to meditate in the quote unquote word, but I kind of see like Christianity, pretty much all the Abrahamic religions. I think it's mostly human nature. A lot of the deeper dives in this subject, they kind of touch on what Carrion has brought up, Madura has brought up, like Atlantis, for instance. You think about certain things. How can I say? It's difficult to bring everything together, but I think we have been told a certain story religiously, but then when you look at the science, you look at the evolution, you look at how like advanced we are compared to subspecies that we supposedly came from. It's kind of like, how did we get so intelligent? So a lot of people think of, how can I say this, Anunnaki. A lot of people have tried to hypothesize and theorize about trying to bridge the gap between where religion doesn't make any sense and where philosophy kind of comes in and like it just fills in the gaps like a nice dessert after a good meal. Like all those cracks just get filled in. So I think to really tackle religion, you really have to have the philosophical background, but that background might be 200,000 years old. So this is like the deepest subject you could ever really have on the show. I've just been enjoying everyone's conversation. I'm just kind of trying to take it all in because like Carry-On's brought up certain parts, Madura, Gray, everybody, and they're all relevant.
So that's why I wanted to bring it up today, because I say both philosophy and religion goes hand in hand, but at the same time, they are on their own different. It's a crazy conversation, right? Because I say this conversation will create the biggest rabbit hole ever if we really want to go down that road.
Oh, and some people literally freak out when you talk about stuff like this too.
Well, you look at the symbolism. How can I say? My position goes like this. All throughout history, there's been symbols. Now, in the times of Atlantis, in Greek mythology, you have the trident, right? That symbol has been used for a very long time, and it could be equated to the Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. The three heads of that trident, they kind of, it's like basically the ancient world, and I would say where philosophy had a big part to do with religion, where it weighed more heavily on the populace. I think this symbolism has never left. It has stayed consistent. You know, if there's this, look at Ukraine's armed forces. They go by a trident. It's like ancient symbolism is consistently being used through the modern day religions. I think through the times that Gray is bringing up, through Ra, and through Horus. Like, I think the symbolism is probably the most interesting part, and it's like consistent.
So you're talking about mimetics or memes, technically. Memes. Damn, I'm gonna sound like Flippin' Monsoon now. Jesus Christ, I hate this.
No, mimetics makes sense. It's the genetic legacy of symbolism.
Yeah. I didn't know the particular term that it was referred to, but that's probably the most fascinating part that we see for religion, as far as Christianity goes. It's like some people regard it as a sun cult, like an astrotheology cult per se. You know, they say Jesus is the Son of God, and they say, like, for instance, Christ, he was crucified between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. They tell us that the sun is physically 93 million miles away. Then going from the Old Testament to the New Testament, the Protestant Bible declares that the New Testament starts at the 930th chapter. You know, so there's like these weird synchronicities between, you know, theology and astrology. And it's like, these are crazy synchronicities, but it's just like, I feel like the more you dig into religion, you start to just see philosophy and symbolism and things that date back to ancient times, even pagan gods. So like trying to clear up that noise, because it can be very noisy. You know, we have so many different types of Christianity. The cool thing about Islam is it's kind of stayed consistent. Same thing with Judaism. But it's just a messy subject.
As far as I can tell, Islam hasn't cucked out like Christianity has.
Nope.
Well, it hasn't had external pressures that Christianity has at the same time.
But
you know, Islam still keeps their pimp hand strong. If you try to change it, they say it's haram, and then you're gone. So
somehow, some way, they bounce back. You know, they just no. We don't want to conform to your Western ways. We are doing it our way. That's that. Get the fuck out.
Well,
see that, and they don't fuck around because they're a highly patriarchal religion, which I thought Christianity was too, but then they lost their way somehow.
Well, no, I can explain how they lost their way, actually. They got too big and too successful because the Abrahamic religions, they started out in the Middle East, very harsh environment, a lot of deserts and shit. But a religion that is formed in the Middle East and then it goes to more temperate environments, easier to survive in environments that get extremely wealthy where you aren't under constant pressure. Like, Islam has largely stayed in the same geographic region that it started. Christianity has spread all over the entire world.
But now Islam is starting to take over.
Yeah, until it goes through the same process.
Now, but as has been said, like, if you can be Islamic in name only, but you still act just like all the Western whores do. So,
well, that's here in the West, though, not like overseas.
Well, it's interesting.
You go to certain countries where Christianity is taken extremely seriously.
I think Indonesia has the highest Muslim population. I think it was.
I think you're right.
It was around there where literally 90-something% of the entire population is Muslim.
So I'd say that
I was actually looking to visit Indonesia, and like I read that. So yeah, you're right.
Let me know if I'm wrong, though.
So yeah, the environment. I think that the environmental pressure plays a very prominent role in how patriarchal a religion ends up being in practice.
See, that's the biggest thing, because you're correct. Because since our first world society got so comfortable, now they're treating religion as a joke, because since there's no harsh times, they don't really need to turn to a higher power as much when shit gets crazy.
Well, it's more like when you live good times, you don't go to the elder because what he's talking about is stuff from the old. But when the old monster or enemy comes back again, you run to the elder. So that's what's going to happen.
Pretty much, yeah.
And
see,
with the,
I'll let you go. My bad. Real talk.
I think as Gray has brought up the oldest religions that coincided with nature, you think that was probably before major civilizations were around, so that they were essentially the closest thing to them was a heavy influence. When you have huge civilizations, I have a theory that the Abrahamic religions, which this dominates this world, I think they've been used as a control mechanism, more or less, because it's like, how can we go from worshiping nature and being in tune with that to where this person named Abraham writes the Abrahamic books, essentially in a story that governs the entire world, and there's no physical evidence that he existed. Like, no one has ever presented a body. You get what I'm saying? Like a crypt, anything like that. And then you look at. Go ahead.
Well,
Abraham didn't write the Abrahamic books. That was Moses, by what they said. So Moses wrote the Abrahamic books.
It was through the word of God. He was writing down the word of
God, and also stories that he was told by his people. They were mixed.
I agree. See, here I'm gonna keep it in simpler terms, pretty much from a objective standpoint on why religion is so powerful, right? Let's say an example, a bunch of cavemen, right, or thousands of years ago, barely civilization humans. They one man goes to this cave, right, and he tells his people, hey, I can talk to this higher being in this cave. Only I can enter. Whatever the higher being says in that cave, it goes. So,
I'm not sure that's how it works.
Well, yeah, that'd be like you using religion as a tool to control people and be like the new leader.
Yeah. What'd you say? Carry on.
Yeah, but do you really think that's how it started? Religions didn't. It's more like that. Religion started through people, through awe, or like respect of elder. Like, think about this. Religions probably started off with spiritual worship and nature worship, and it fused into one over time. So
I do think a lot. My bad.
No. So let's say we live in back in time. Let's say that we were all great people and we had great families after us. We died, and after a period of time, our stories were told over time, and natural disasters happened, and they fused after a period of time and became one being. And after that, moved on and became religions. How are they?
You described essentially what Constantine did at the Council of Nicaea. He did take the sun worshippers who were still in tune with some sort of form of nature, you could say, and then the people who had believed in Christ, in the Moshiach, he pretty much got them to come to a consensus. So like what you just described literally took place in 325 AD, which is, I think, really interesting because that guy wasn't even a Christian who decided upon these things.
I do also think religion has been a tool to control people. Because think about this: if you're told, "Do what I say," do what this book tells you, or you're burned in a lake of fire for all eternity. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna do what you say.
That's literally one of the only ways you can control a huge population without using violence.
Yeah. Did it start off as like a tool, or this is like natural? Like people were always told, if you don't do this, something bad will happen, and they had to come up with an idea.
It's pretty much just one man, or maybe even a group of men, will like, wait, I hear something in the cave. Somebody's talking to me. Oh, it's the word of God. I must be special.
They do have evidence that the Egyptian priests were like chronic sometimes. So let's just say that.
Well, I got two things on this. One is on the name Abraham. It apparently translates to father of many or father of a multitude of nations. So the name Abraham in of itself may be entirely symbolic.
Yeah.
The other thing is as for the origin of religion itself, the main dividing line I found is Göbekli Tepe. And that is because prior to Göbekli Tepe, humans and animals were depicted essentially the exact same. Think the cave paintings, like early cave paintings where humans and animals are rendered the same. Göbekli Tepe clearly renders animals and humans as different, separate, and humans in a superior position.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, do you know how easy it is? It's kind of like, how do I say? So put it in simpler terms, it's like when you're acting up, right? And your mom will say, wait till your dad comes home. It's in that kind of context, like, because you don't know what's going to happen. You know that punishment is going to be potentially bad, depending on what the dad does. So, on an adult sense, it's like, whoa, shit. If this guy is really hearing some supernatural stuff from the word of God, and God is saying, hey, obey him, or I will be in fire and brimstone for forever, man, maybe I should listen to this guy.
Yeah, and especially like if you're told it ever since you're a little kid, like do what I say, or you're gonna burn in a lake of fire. Like, yeah, people are gonna believe that.
Oh yeah, but it came off like it's Chinese whisper. That's what most religions and philosophies are kind of. Philosophies have a more stable form of that, but religions definitely have been affected by Chinese whispers a lot.
There's one point I wanted to bring up that is just another synchronicity that like kind of makes your mind question things. So for instance, we're told about, Genesis, the Garden of Eden, the betrayal, where Eve was beguiled by the serpent. Now, what's interesting is the feminine planet, or the planet that's referred to the feminine, Cariana brought up Venus, and it's considered to be like a morning star, or the east star. In the morning, you're going to see it because it's in the east. And then they refer to Lucifer as the morning star. So you got to think, we're told the story of Genesis, but before Genesis, essentially, there was Ishtar, East Star. Ishtar is the Babylonian goddess, right?
Oh,
so it's like,
and war.
She has very she had a multitude of I guess strengths, you could say, but she was the feminine goddess of
Babylon. She was the first thought in history. Literally.
Well, and then there's one other thing about Venus in particular. The planet Venus traces a perfect pentagram across the night sky over the course of 8 years.
Yep. And what's crazy is we're told through, the Abrahamic religions that she was in bed with she was in league with Shaitan, the evil one. And then through astrology, we're seeing that she's literally in league through astrology. So that's what blows my mind. I'm like, man, every time you think you know something, you realize you don't know a fucking thing.
Hey guys,
we're not sure.
We are ignoring Frank. Frank.
Oh, hi. Hey,
My bad, man. Yeah,
no bad here. No, you're good. You're good. I had to get drunk.
Oh, you drunk?
No, not drunk. Drinking, but not.
I was about to say, let me catch
if all
up.
of the Warband, if all of the Warband agree, then I can be whatever color it is I'm drinking. So sorry, mate. You question?
What is your perspective on religion versus philosophy, or anything that you want to bring up involving this?
Well, I've listened to this whole thing, and I know Gray's here. He's made good points and stuff like that. My one would be something from C.S. Lewis. Did Jesus exist? That would be a question I would ask. I've got a lot in my head, and I stopped debating this stuff over 20 years ago, maybe over 25.
Well, people are saying there's enough historical evidence to.
From what I've been able to understand, yes, there was a Middle Eastern Jew named something approximate to Jesus who was crucified by the Romans.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So then that really gives us only other three options. Unless we're living in the Matrix, as Tyson would say, Neil deGrasse Tyson. The other three options is he's a liar. What do you think of that? This man is a liar.
Well, so there's been a lot of debate about deja vu, and I've been through plenty of situations where I had deja vu. But people are saying that that's just your brain spazzing out, pretty much. Like,
yeah, that's kind of hard for me to believe.
That's hard for me to believe because I'm like, I swear to God, I was here. There's a funny theory saying that anytime you have a deja vu, you're responding.
So you're asking, is he lying? You mean specifically Jesus in this context?
Or are you talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson lying about the Matrix?
Oh, well, I don't know which one. Yeah, sorry, God. Oh, by the way, I have to say one thing. This is our sphere, and this is a debate on religion versus philosophy. Well, not a debate, but just the talk. But
Right.
I respect everybody here. I respect everyone's opinions. I know all these people, I think, and I respect all those things. This is our sphere. But, I will not agree with myself tomorrow when I wake up. I'll think, I disagree with myself. So that's all I'm saying. But I respect all the brothers in the brotherhood. But once again, we can minds, iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel. So sorry, carry on. Sorry.
Oh, it's all good. So we want to touch on the Matrix, Neil deGrasse Tyson, because that is like, he.
Even if there is a Matrix.
Right, okay, go ahead, carry on.
Okay. Even if there is a Matrix, someone had to make it. Or some people had to make it. So
this is a good point, carry on.
So by that default, that means there are some gods to us because they are way beyond our control, influence. Just like we could probably influence them emotionally depending on how they feel about us, but we can't really do anything.
Well, here's
what if it was the aliens that you see when you take DMT? No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, in all seriousness, though, see how I see it is, we play. So 2 examples: The Sims, right? Like we play the Sims on the video games. If you guys know what The Sims is,
yeah, SimCity, yeah.
Yeah, how do you know somebody's not doing that to us? Also, the virtual reality, if we can get to the point where we can't tell the difference between reality and virtual reality, how do you know that there's no virtual reality somewhere else? Like, it's something like it's some theories to think about,
Well,
but even still, you can go.
Okay, so this is where so again, as I mentioned before, I've played Dwarf Fortress. And before you can even play a single game of Dwarf Fortress, you have to build the entire history of the world.
Right.
Something, if there was a computer program that could do that on a physical 3-dimensional level, and it created, say, this universe, it's really a matter of how would it be observed. Because in Dwarf Fortress, I'll just fast forward like a couple hundred years and I can look back and see a record of absolutely everything that has ever happened.
Right.
But that doesn't mean I have a direct eyeball on it or can influence it actively in the present. There's very few things I could actively do.
I see what you're saying, because even as a creator of the universe, right? Like, you created the whole universe, bam, right there. Doesn't mean that you're omnipresent.
Even if you were omnipresent, why would you care? Like, let's say I made a program.
Look at every individual.
Like, I made a whole universe. Yeah. I made a whole universe. I'd make and after life forms start to pop up. Some of them die. Some worlds get destroyed. Shit happens. There's this planet that's not even that interesting. It's basic. And after there's another planet where there's flipping dinosaurs out flying and people using magic. Which one am I going to look at? It's like, oh, wow, they're using magic. That's interesting. Oh, let me see what they're doing this time. Oh, it's boring. They're killing each other again. Okay, let me look at that. And after it's like, ping, oh, what's that? Oh, they finally got in space. That's nice. Well, and it's going to die. And maybe there's more programs that like, okay, you look after this planet, you look at this planet. If it fucks up, warn me what happens. Maybe that could happen. It could be possible. There's little programs that are just managing sectors and other smaller programs that are managing worlds and solar systems and galaxies and so on. We don't know how detailed it could be, but
And once
that
again,
could happen.
chat. This is only theories, okay? We
Yeah.
ain't saying it's actually it. What'd you say, Gray?
Yeah, but then it gets to a point where it's like, okay, so of all the galaxies, and there's an interesting bit to get into on the timeline of when life could actually form in the galaxy. But like, let's assume that life can only exist in the galaxy in approximately the same timeline as Earth, but that's simultaneously throughout every single planet in this multitude of galaxies. There's bound to be more than one planet with active life on it this very second.
Mathematically or statistically, it is impossible that we're the only living intelligent life forms in the universe.
Yeah. So getting into that,
every star you see, is a sun that has a solar system. So it's like infinite amount. There's got to be more.
It gets even crazier than that, Island Hermit.
There's more stars.
I agree.
There's more stars in the universe, or I forgot which cluster. It was either a cluster or universe. There's more stars.
You can look into
stands on Earth.
You can look into an empty spot in space and see it full of galaxies. That is how much fucking, and galaxies are like a galaxy equivalent in size to the Milky Way.
Well, that's the sad thing is we're probably never going to see alien life in our time, even if it does exist, just because we don't have the technology.
I honestly don't want them to know that we exist.
And we might see,
I would like to see them depending on what they are. Like, I'm sure you have like intelligent life, and then I'm sure you have like alien life where they're like in the dinosaur phase. You know what I mean? What?
If aliens exist, do you want them to extinct the whole human race?
There's probably different levels of aliens. Like, I'm sure you have like primitive aliens that are still like in their cavemen phase, and there's like the equivalent to like whatever their like prehistoric animals would be that aren't that intelligent. And then you probably have like intelligent ones too.
What I'm saying is, if they're somehow, some way are able to get to us, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, we'd probably die.
Yeah, horrible.
Okay,
horrible.
but
we
here's
would be
the
the
thing.
cattle.
So, but here's the thing: like Cro-Magnons, the earliest forms of humans, were 50,000 years ago. Like, we're talking on a scale where millions of years is a very small margin of error. Like, because it's one thing to be like, oh, have there been aliens? Will there be aliens? Possibly, like undoubtedly, really. But then, are there how many alien species are there within close enough range of our planet that are at a roughly equivalent technological level at this precise point in history?
Thousands, millions.
When the margin of error is so slim. Like, there's very likely at least one alien species out there at an approximately equivalent technological level within a margin of error of 1,000 years or so.
Well, hell, we already proved that extraterrestrials exist, right? Because didn't they find fossils on Mars?
But keep in mind,
bacteria.
Well, that's the thing. But like the history of life on Earth is like 2 to 3 billion years. We're talking a margin of error of tens of thousands of years.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, how could there not be life on other planets if we literally found fossils on another planet of microorganisms like those tiny
molecules? You know what's funny? So bacteria is life on Mars, but a fetus isn't life on Earth. Isn't that weird, guys?
Don't be too base. Don't be too base. Because I'm gonna get too base, and then
hey, Tom McDonald said it, so.
Okay, I know, but
okay,
I'm gonna go off on a tangent, and I'm gonna get my own channel canceled. So,
hey guys, I'm about to hop off though. I got real tired, and I'm gonna go eat some food. What's that?
Take care.
Going to the gym.
Yeah, I already went to the gym. I got home and then called in.
What's stopping you from going back?
Yeah, go back to the gym.
But, I got some good news. Tomorrow I'm talking to a real estate agent on some land in Hawaii. So hopefully that'll go well.
Fuck
Yeah,
yeah.
let me know how it is, man.
Good luck, Hermit brother.
Yep, we'll see what happens. I'm just gonna call and get them to send me some pictures and see what's up. But it's 1 acre for a really good price. Almost honestly seems too good to be true, but we'll see what happens.
Best of luck, man.
Yep.
Yeah, good
Thanks,
luck,
guys. All right, I'm gonna hop off though. Take care, everyone.
Who needs
Peace out.
Niet.
Okay, great. You were talking about black holes, and there's an idea that scientists say
Are we
black
going
holes.
back there to the black holes again?
It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick because
Black hole sun, won't you come?
yeah, black holes
Sorry.
supposedly black
Go
holes
carry on.
can.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
Go
Supposedly,
carry on.
black holes can dissipate if there is nothing to absorb in the like there's nothing to absorb, so they release energy. Supposedly, we're not sure, but that's just a theory that they have. No one's sure on that. So
Yeah, no, like that's the thing. The smaller ones can, but then it's a question of what about the largest ones? Because right now we have a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy.
well, most galaxies or
And
all.
that's the thing. That's just our galaxy. Theoretically, that would be most galaxies, and we know that black holes will combine into even larger black holes if they eat each other.
True.
Yeah.
So if a black hole reaches some kind of critical mass, a large enough point, that could be the point where in another universe a big bang occurs.
So do you believe that there was a big enough black hole to create all this craziness? Because hell, the biggest black holes in the universe is like one of them is in the middle of our galaxy. I think it is.
Well, this is where we get into funny things like I don't know if it's called the gravity coefficient, but basically there are some very specific numbers in our galaxy where if they were just a little bit bigger or a little bit smaller, we would not be able to have reality as it exists. Either it would all immediately condense into a supermassive black hole, or it would dissipate into the heat death of the universe almost instantaneously.
That's a song. That's a song by Muse. Supermassive black hole.
It is a universal constant Gray's describing. The universal constant in that gravitational constant equation, that's what was determined, and that fine line he's 100% correct.
But here's two things that I'm thinking right now. So it's either the Big Bang was, I'm talking from a scientific standpoint, the Big Bang, and it's a theory, was created and we just became another part of the multiverse, or we came from a big ass black hole. Like, gigantic as fuck. But
So,
those are my two things.
That's the thing. The idea is that this is a continuous cycle, and we just happen. That's the thing. Like our universe is one
Oscillation.
that meets
Oscillation theory.
that meets the
Oscillation.
conditions that allow for us to exist. There could have been thousands, tens of thousands of completely unsuitable universes prior to us, and then we get here and it's able to survive in this form of stability just long enough for something like us to exist and question it before we eventually re-enter the cycle.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Gray, but this was a theory that was put forward because of the fine tuning of the universe. It was a whole, like they say, you have a galaxy. Let's say you have a starship. Well, you have to every dial on that dial has to be perfect, and you might have 100 dials. Well, because they were so astounded by the way that the universe was configured in such a way, every dial had to be perfect in order for human life, for us. Sorry, I wouldn't say it, us humans.
Wait.
I almost said MGTOW. Sorry. Whoops.
What if
If
what
one
if the
guy was
universe
out with
itself, or what if the universe itself becomes a black hole?
Well, the universe couldn't become a black hole.
I'm just saying, like a rebirth
Well,
phase.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like
In time, eventually it would, because if all that is left is black holes, they will eventually draw everything together back into one black hole.
Exactly. And holy shit, I never even thought about it that way. Now that I'm thinking about it.
I think you're getting
That's if we're lucky and they're close enough. If they're close enough, that could happen. But if they're too far apart,
But
even if they're far
eventually-
apart, the laws of gravity would still apply. They just take a
Exactly.
very, very, very long time.
Yep.
they call
exactly.
this the big crunch, not the Big Bang, but the big crunch.
Yeah.
That's what they
wait,
call
would
it.
that mean that we're like? Let's just think about this. What if we're in like the 10th generation of these Big Bangs?
It could be
And
like
every-
could be the billionth generation. And
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Frank, like you're pointing out the intelligent design argument, how everything is so perfectly calibrated. Like, well, that's the thing. If we've had infinite times to go through this, we could only exist this one time. It could be the 10th, it could be the 10 billionth, it could be the 100 trillion, 6,000 million, 848
or
thousands and
12.
12. That's the thing. Like we have infinite time, infinite rebirths. Eventually, you're going to get perfect conditions, like the monkeys and the typewriters.
So would you
that
say? Wait, go ahead, Frank.
Sorry, you go, mate.
So when it comes to this situation, I see what you're saying, because there's multiple theories on how the universe will end, right? You know, everything will eventually die out and just it'll be a cold emptiness and a bunch of black holes, right? Other thing is where everything would just collapse onto each other, like they just go right back to a singular point. And then the one that you brought up, Gray, is eventually, you know, these black holes are just going to eat each other to a point where this literally the universe is a black hole. And then it just may, bam, right there. Once everything becomes a singular point, a new universe is born.
Yeah. And it might not be on a universe that has this exact same set of constants, in which case it would do all that, and then it might not even get out of the Big Bang. Or it might get on so massive a Big Bang that it can't form stars or anything, and we get no stars, no planets, no life. And then it just takes a long time to reform, and then it goes again.
So that's where that multiverse theory comes in, pretty much.
Yeah, but there still has to be a first universe to start this shit.
And that's where like the best explanation I have for that is Hawking radiation. And I don't think we'd ever get something we could prove on that, just because it's beyond our reality.
Literally beyond our reality. We can't. We can't. For a long time, maybe in 100,000 years or a million years, if we got the proper technology, sure. But right now, fuck no.
Like we've looked like the next step would be if we could somehow get a reading of the neutrinos. We've looked back as far back in our reality as the existence of time itself. How do you look back earlier than the origin of time?
You can't, because time is relative.
And even that is after the origin of the universe. So like there's like a barrier that we can't look past because time didn't exist past that point. Everything beyond that is going to be speculation at best. We'll never know for sure the answer.
But based on what we know right now, because as a lot of scientists will say, especially Stephen Hawking, they say that math, they nickname math as the language of God, because math is the closest thing that we can explain how the universe works.
Yeah, but that's puny. Like, think of this. That's like ants saying, "How does a human fly?" Oh, it's this. Maybe they can come with a lot of ideas, but they can all be wrong. So we might say it's maths.
Yeah,
but
numbers. I would say that I think this is one thing. I've had a I've had long conversations with Gray about this, and you can find this numerical constant throughout nature where God, there's one of the oldest world beliefs of God is that God works through a set of numbers. There's numerical sequences throughout mathematics that are just found naturally. So I've, as a scientist with a scientist background, to my understanding, God, it's like if God has something to do with mathematics and numbers because they're absolute, like numbers, you can't really fudge numbers or manipulate numbers. They're just
Yeah, you can't
straightforward.
move around numbers. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, to my understanding, mathematics is a language that physics uses to understand the physical properties of this world. From
That's why
physics,
they nickname math as the language of God, because
Yeah. I
Yeah.
wouldn't
this is
disagree with
proven.
it. I'm just saying that's the
Well,
closest thing that
it's
we have.
it's just a nickname, but it literally gives solid proof because, well, like what Real Talk said, you can't dispute numbers. So,
Well,
Yeah,
and
it's the
well,
closest.
except for infinity. You
well,
know,
it actually, I've got to
And
step
pi.
out again for a second, but I'll step out with this. One way that numbers very much make themselves manifest is in musical ratios. And this is what the
This is true.
Pythagoreans, some of the
Yeah.
earliest philosophers, uncovered. If you want to play a musical note on a string instrument that is one octave higher, you go halfway down the string, a
Right.
2-to-1 ratio. And the most pleasant sounding notes, the fourth and fifth major, correspond to a 4-to-3 ratio and a 3-to-2 ratio.
Is that true? The Great Pyramid in Egypt is the exact mathematical diagram of the size of the Earth. If that's true, holy fuck.
That would
Yeah,
be
I know there's a
curious
lot
to
of
see.
weird shit that happens, and like the pyramids of Giza could have produced electricity if everything that was there before was in the right place.
Wait, are they still struggling on how they were able to build the Great Pyramids? Like how to explain it?
Yes.
Yes.
Because
it's
didn't each like block weigh like a few tons?
Well, they might have had some
Somewhere.
methods to make the blocks. Well, I'm not sure. They could have made the blocks or moved the blocks, but no one's sure. Like, we probably lost a lot of information from those times.
Yeah,
Like
but like to be able to make it to a whole pyramid, holy shit.
All over the world, Yeet. All over the world.
Yeah.
2,000
crypts.
tons. Yeah.
Yeah.
South
Some of the
America
crypts
as
in
well.
those. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, I'm fine.
I was just saying a lot of the crypts and the special compartments in those pyramids required even more engineering and technological advancements to even like get like certain stones and certain weighted objects into those crypts for the special kings and whatnot. It's just
math.
Everyone believes that extraterrestrials like had a hand in them because they're just too perfect. It's just like, it is fascinating.
Yeah, I think the pyramids also had from the Sphinx. They found that it could have been a tunnel system that went under the pyramid and like produced some negative energy charge, and the sky would produce a positive, and it would just produce electricity with all that crap. There's also like say that temples can produce electricity, like old temples. The way how they're shaped and I'm not for sure what's on top of them can produce electricity, like or static electricity sometimes. And you have buzzing at these old temples.
So would you say that Egypt was technical? I can't even say it.
Technologically advanced.
Yeah. Compared to the rest of the civilization at the time.
Different places had different advancements, I guess, because Egypt was probably one, but there's like Tepe was like advanced too. There's many places throughout history like how did they get this advanced and how did they build this? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't at all, you know. And like the person that said in my comments, right, the largest pyramid in the world is in Mexico. That I did not know.
Yeah.
Okay, but the biggest thing is like if it gets to the point where we can't even make sense on how these people did what they did. They had to have.
It doesn't say much for us, Yeetus. It doesn't say a lot about us.
Well, when it comes to us, if nukes don't fly everywhere like fireworks, they're definitely going to have a very tough time in the future explaining our timeline or our era.
Can you imagine finding fossil records from this age?
Yeah, they're going to be finding nothing. They're going to be finding nothing but memes.
Just imagine crawling through the fucking archives of the internet. You find an old server farm, which is just an old pile of servers that holds the entirety of Reddit and 4chan, and you've got dozens of guys looking through trying to piece together this broken and corrupted data, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on.
They're gonna get these anime waifus and like they're gonna get some fucking I guess quote unquote incels, right?
Bad. We will look crazy because we already look crazy, but if it's corrupted, we look even more crazy than we do now.
Right. Like, how are they even going to explain this? At least between 2010 to whenever this crazy liberal shit's over. How are they even going to explain this?
Oh my days. You know what? They'll feel like there's so many cults just running around. Terrorists and Nazis is everywhere. It'll be crazy if they actually just use the internet.
Okay, no, but imagine this. Imagine if they find our fantasy novels.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was just gonna say, imagine if they found one of these strong and independent 30-year-olds whose eggs are dried up, found her shoebox underneath her bed with all the silicone toys that didn't degrade.
What is
imagine if the fucking Dead Sea Scroll of the Future ends up being the entire Twilight Saga.
But I do wonder what religion will survive 100 or 1,000 years from now, if we're still alive.
To be fair, given how global Christianity is and how many Bibles have been printed, my money's on Christianity.
Yeah, but
well, you know how many Qurans have been printed?
Yeah, no, but Quran, like Islam will change. It's been relatively preserved because it's environment. When it moves out,
change eventually, yeah.
Yeah, because it's being preserved by the desert sand, technically, in every way possible. As soon as it moves out and it gets into, like what Ray was saying, places that are more perceptive and easier to live, that's going to change slowly. And when government starts to get involved in that crap, it is going to change. Everything will change. Nothing stays the same unless it dies. Like even crocodiles.
I have to read this right quick. Imagine after 2,000 years later, an archaeologist finds a preserved furry mask.
Oh my God.
Well, to be fair, I think that we already have in our history. We just call them religious ceremonial garb.
Yeah.
So
I'm wondering. Sorry. Who?
No,
sorry.
Go ahead, Frank.
No, I was just wondering if we accept Jesus, then we've talked a lot about, I don't know, astrophysics or physics. If Jesus was a historical figure, then what category would we put him in? Was he a liar?
Was he a liar?
Liar.
I would say no.
Well, what would he have lied about?
Yeah, I doubt he's a liar about. Well, because he didn't create the Bible. It was his apostles, right?
Yeah, and the other people, yeah.
So,
that's the thing. He was a Jew who praised the Jewish God.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
and he
So that's the thing. I don't really know what he would have lied about specifically to call him a liar, especially if he was a sincere believer in the religion.
You know, right. Jesus could have just been a person that was technically MGTOW for his time and saw how fucked up the society was. I was like, you guys are fucking up the Torah. You guys are not listening to it. You guys are defiling the church and doing all this crap. And he just said that, and people were like, yeah, I agree with him.
Because he was according to these historians, right? I forgot what it was, but they did a top 100 most influential people in history. Jesus was top 5. And Muhammad was number 1. Yes, I know. Oh, Islam. But Muhammad did a lot of things that Jesus didn't do, historic wise, right? It's nothing to do with him being a son of God and stuff, but what he actually physically do, right? Because Muhammad was a ruler. Muhammad had a family. Muhammad went and fought wars, etc. Right? So,
Yeah.
but regardless, Jesus is still in high regards as being an influential, real person in history. So,
Yeah.
even though
Yeah.
he didn't write his own Bible, it was the apostles. I highly doubt that he would lie about his own. Jesus went through some shit. I highly doubt he'd be lying about that.
Yeah.
I believe
So
Maybe-
Buddha was like a guy. He was a high nobility person. He saw, like, he was just living like he was like a trust fund child. That's how he was living. And like, he saw the world wasn't like, wait, I thought I was living a world that was just like everyone else, and I saw that suffering and all this stuff happening. After that's how Buddhism came to be. So there's a lot of religions that have like backgrounds to these real life people, but how long until people change it?
I think Frank might be referring to a lot of the discrepancies that were told. Like, for instance, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, it's not particularly in the Bible. It was preached after, by Constantine at the Council of Nicaea, 325 years.
I don't think so. I think the whole Old Testament is actually it's called it's not an epiphany, which is what
Well, they
women
don't
get.
have the Son in the Bible. They say his spirit will be with you.
Well, basically what I was referring to is in the New Testament, there's like a particular verse, Mark 12:28 through 34, where Jesus himself is quoted as saying the number one testament commandment you could say is that God is one.
Guys, I'm stopping you right now. General Kinetics, I ain't gonna fucking listen to a guy that don't know the difference between okay? You guys don't know what you're talking about. It's Y-O-U-R-E, not Y-O-U-R. You stupid fuck.
What is okay? I'm going to let go and go back to when I was a teenager. What the fuck are you talking about, dumbass? What do we don't know what you're talking about? What do we don't know what you're talking about, man?
Whatever. Like, honestly, the dude should have something better to do with his life than fucking deal with.
I'm not in the chat.
Right, I thought he had better things to do, and he's talking to his real homeboys about fucking the apocalypse, the shit hits the fan, and survivalism and stuff.
Yeah, like,
why you on my shit?
Like, honestly, Kinetics, your fucking lifting videos were the most successful things on your channel. Just go back to posting that. We don't need you here. We don't want you here, and you certainly don't seem to like us. So
how are you still
just go fuck off and do your own thing.
How are you in the gym every day and you're still fat?
Well, to be fair, he could eat a lot.
Oh, I'm just bulky. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
Big
up.
bone.
You are
big
not
bone,
worthy
guys.
to be even be in my presence right now.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling
anyway,
you.
regardless,
wait, hold up. I saw your comments talking about Yeetus is soft and stuff. Believe me, you will not be saying that shit in person. I will fucking treat you like a little chihuahua you are.
Anyway,
Okay.
just delete his stuff. We got better shit to talk about.
Oh,
here.
yeah,
So,
it's already done.
Well,
What's up, Greg?
yeah. So yeah, Frank, so more of us, I don't really know how much we can say Jesus himself was a liar. It's entirely possible that there were many falsehoods told about him, but as for the man himself, well, we don't really know exactly what he said, only secondhand accounts.
Well, I mean, I think the scholars seem to accept the fact that these accounts are very, very early, much earlier than much earlier than Constantine, I'd say, which is 350 odd years later, and his mother was thing. But no, all the documents from scholars seem to really go back to Acts. The book of Acts seems to be a very early book, so that's okay. Maybe he's not a liar, and he's a historical figure. Now, I liked Christopher Hitchens a lot. I thought he was a very decent man, very decent, good man. Unfortunately, his mother did her sideways, like 10 of our brothers have probably done. So I liked Christopher Hitchens a lot. Very smart man, higher IQ than many people. But he got it wrong. He had to base his situation, his foundation of his beliefs on the fact that Jesus didn't exist, because he had to do that because I think, as such a smart man that he was, he had to accept that this is overwhelming evidence and I have to deny the fact that Jesus ever lived. So, and I like Hitchens. I like him. But so if he's a historical figure and he's not a liar, then is he a madman?
Kind of.
Let's be honest, that is entirely possible. Like, because
if Jesus was a madman by the descriptions that they were saying, that makes me technically a madman for all the stuff I'm being saying so far.
I mean, quite honestly, I'd fall into the same category. The stuff that I'd say, the stuff I think about, definitely wouldn't. I think that we could definitely say Jesus probably wasn't neurotypical for his age.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you say madman because being like Greek Orthodox and supposedly the New Testament was written in Greek. It's not modern Greek. It's not ancient. It was kind of in between. But nevertheless, we have icons in our church instead of like statues that the Catholics have. And in all the icons of Jesus where he's depicted, he has like a pissed off look on his face. Like he doesn't seem to be the turn the other cheek kind of guy. He looks like he's pissed and he's like determined. So I think that's a good way to portray him as like kind of like a madman.
Remember, if you have to ask what would Jesus do, one of the answers is chase you out of the temple with a whip.
Yeah, okay. Do you know what I think? Like when people say turn the other cheek, I feel like they misinterpret that. What I was told like turn the other cheek was, hey, I'm not gonna do anything to you, but if you keep on coming after me, I will put you to the sword. I'm going to leave you be.
Well,
I'm going to move myself away from you.
Well, no, this was something that I heard specifically with regards to that quote, and it was that slapping someone with a particular hand
Will Smith
meant something different.
Will Smith. Like
it was like if you slapped, I forget which hand it was, but if you slapped them with one hand, then they were like a slave and you didn't regard them as human. But if you slap them with the other hand, then you regarded them as an equal. And so turn the other cheek was a phrase meant to like, if you're going to hit me, don't hit me as a slave, hit me as an equal. I need to find the source on that. That was ages ago, but that's something I do remember hearing with regards to that particular statement.
Yeah, that's like saying that's like terms that now we can use dead to rights. No one's gonna know what that means like in a few hundred years.
Well, this is what that turn the other cheek thing. They say that there's Bible believers and then there's Christians who kind of believe in churchianity. I think it's gone as far because I mentioned to you, Yeetus, before how I talked to that preacher at that Greek church who pretty much said Adam wasn't a man, he wasn't a woman, not to read the book of Revelations. No, this is insane. And I'm going to add on top of this.
Say what now?
I think I told you how my cousin got married, and I wasn't aware of this at the time, but my second cousin actually married the priest at one of the biggest like Greek churches in the country, like the most families. And I was forced to sit with him at the reception because he was a part of my family. And I just start talking about the Old Testament. And he didn't like that at all. I was just talking about Genesis. I was pretty much talking about a virtuous woman, Proverbs 31 woman. I'm talking about like what it really means for a woman to be a helpmeet. And my cousin, who I now understand, she's the one who's running the church because her husband is a subservient cuck. He literally told me that Adam didn't have a penis. He didn't have a vagina. He was like a question mark, right? And I'm like blown away. And then he tells me not to read the book of Revelations. I should be ready to be taken at any time. Like I should be ready to roll over.
So how do you not put him in a chokehold at that point?
I mean, no, everyone was looking. I'm talking about there was like probably 10 tables where everyone's watching what we were talking about, what we were discussing, because we were going head to head. I'm like, I'm not backing down from you. You're a fucking cuck. So what's crazy is where I get my food, I'll go and buy 3 to 4 days of like lean. There's like this Arab market, right? And the owner was sitting with an imam, right, of Islam. And I'm talking to the imam, and I had to ask him, I was like, is this pastor, is this preacher, is he crazy? Don't we all believe in Genesis with the Abrahamic religions? He's like, yes, but we actually believe that the woman is equal. And I just looked at him with the stink eye. I was like, wait a second. So we don't have churchy in it anymore. We have cuckianity, right? Because everyone's a bunch of fucking cucks. And now even Islam in the States is being cucked to a certain degree. It's like, how do you guys mix up the story of Genesis? That's what I'm saying.
He is the epitome of haram.
When we made fucking man equivalent, when we made a woman equivalent to a man, we got fucking Lilith, the mother of all demons.
Hey,
Lilith,
guys, wait. Big thing though. I might show a video tomorrow. There's actually 7 or 8 years ago, there was a female imam in the States. If that even was a thought in the Middle East, you guys already know what was going to happen.
So yeah, Madara, to like your argument that fucking Islam is immune to feminism. There, female.
No, there's literally a news station was covering a woman leading the prayer.
Yeah. Although seriously, Madara, we can go into a further in-depth discussion in the future. You are fascinating to talk to, even if I do disagree with you on, I'd say like at least 50% of what you say.
Here, let's see if I can put the link in the chat. That
would
be better. Give me a
so
second.
About evolution, because you're talking about Madara. Evolution for a completely different new species takes 10,000 years, or 10,000 years for the species to be completely different.
And even then, like it's got to be at such a point where there's genetic incompatibility.
No.
Yeah.
No. No. Wait, hold up. Stop. Me, France's first female imam, who is on a mission to modernize Islam.
There we fucking go. It's
guess when this happened. Guess when this happened.
Yeetus is like a dog with a bone.
Guess when this happened. Guess.
California.
No. This is in France, and this happened April 21st, 2021.
Woo! 1 year anniversary of Islam's downfall.
Oh, I gotta make a video on this one.
Are you sure it's not an April Fool's joke?
It's not. I checked. It's April 21st. Whoa! How dare you? We're trying to modernize Islam. Listen, it has over 10,000 views, but only 82 likes. I wish I could see the dislikes right. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Post the link. Maybe.
I'm posting it. Hold up.
But the thing about this is that anytime I see something that's horrible, I don't care how many dislikes there are. I care about the likes, because the likes are people that actually like that and they will promote that.
And it was only 82 out of 10,000.
Let's say 82 people have influence over 82 people again. That can grow.
All right, I posted a link. I posted it in the private chat right now. And there's there's another video from 9 years ago. Literally, a woman leading prayer.
So okay. I have the return the dislikes option on my browser. So 435 downvotes, really a 5-to-1 ratio.
Literally. Hey, you guys, I posted a link if you want to watch it, chat. No, it's right there if you're able to click it.
That's not great, though. A 5-to-1 ratio, that sounds like great, but I wish it was like 100-to-1. A 5-to-1 is disturbing.
Now, what Madara was talking about, if you guys want to talk about that a little bit, there's some things that he was bringing up that are really deep subjects that are like super interesting in regards to the quote unquote bent star, the swastika. This is actually a sign that has been seen in astrology. And
you mean like the black sun thing,
or the swastika symbolism? They've found it all throughout like ancient civilizations. Essentially, like this symbol has shown up many times, and I think guys like Robert Seffer have dug pretty deep into this, and they want to kind of bring up this Aryan conversation about who were the Aryans truly, and did this symbol represent them, or did it represent, or was it just an astrological sort of symbolization? But nevertheless, he describes how, I can't remember what the timeline was, but over 5,000 years ago, possibly 10,000 years ago, they have dated a huge removal of copper, like the purest copper. It was when we were going through stages of like steel forging and learning how to work with metals. Essentially, millions, if not billions, of tons of copper was removed from the state of Michigan, where like it's the purest copper deposits in the world. So that was like another huge event that made no sense, like the pyramids. But I would suggest looking into Robert Seffer's work, and he talks about that there's like this argument of this Anunnaki, the argument of this Inky character in allele. I mean, the Elohim, the multiple plural. This is like it's so deep to where even if there is a lot of truth or is some truth to it, whoever's running the world doesn't want us to know what's really behind the veil of Atlantis and things like this, because it's crazy to think how could these huge amounts of earth materials be moved in such a way, you know? But go ahead.
A quick search, I actually did find fibula in the shape of a swastika dated from 323 BC to 256 AD. So, and apparently found in Syria. So, like, the symbol is definitely far older than Bad Mustache Man, but it is fascinating.
Mustache Man.
Yeah, we identified by it for some reason. It was like an identification factor,
well,
I guess.
Okay. Well, funny. Okay. Geez, I don't know how deep I want to go into this specifically, but that symbol actually does represent the sun to a certain extent. And Winston Churchill's V for Victory symbol is actually an occult counter to that symbol. Dead serious.
Yep.
Yeah,
I wonder who helped them with that, Gray.
I'll tell you later. I don't want to fucking name drop that shit here. Yeah. That's another rabbit hole that we'll get into.
Alistair Crowley, probably.
Yeah, Frank knows.
So, to conclude, what do you guys think about religion versus philosophy? Are they both crucial?
Yes. I'd say that religion looks to the past to understand the present. Philosophy looks to the present to understand what may come in the future.
Do you agree, Carry On?
Yeah, I definitely believe that. Also, most people can't live in a pure philosophical mind. It's really hard for them. They go crazy or they just don't understand it. So religions were made to subsidize and help those people that couldn't understand it completely to live a life that has foundations and boundaries. But we're seeing now that we have technically got rid of the state, the biggest religion that there was that unified most people. People have gone batshit crazy and they're trying to find a new form of belief that they can attach themselves to. And the closest thing that they knew that had complete power was governments. And that is not good in any form or fashion.
Okay, real talk. Are both crucial?
Yeah, I agree with Gray's perspective, and actually adding on to Carry On's perspective. The more you philosophize, the deeper you go down the rabbit hole for wisdom, you're going to start to realize how powerful God really is, and that even when you arrange human nature and the power of God through stories such as religion, the deeper you dive, you're just going to realize that you kind of have to side with religion being, in my opinion, it's a way to keep us, under the thumb of authority to some degree. I think maybe that God was so, the true nature of God or the truth about God is so deep that they had to create these stories because it's so I think Island said it earlier. It's so hard to comprehend. So I kind of look at religion as a control mechanism, but I do see it with a lot of human nature described throughout it. So it's like, it's such a fucking mind fuck, but I don't really side with any of the Abrahamic religion stories. Like, it's tough for me to believe them, but at the same time, I know God exists. I just know that the more deeper you dive, you're going to realize how powerful of a guy or entity or force he truly is. So,
all right, real talk. Okay, Frank, do you believe both philosophy and religion are crucial?
Yes, I believe both are crucial. And what Real Talk said, referencing Ireland, with all due respect, no, it sounds terrible. It sounds like a terrible thing. With all my respect to my brothers and some of my brothers, this brotherhood, I think exactly what he said. I think if God wanted to communicate, and once again, so we've kind of established, I guess, that Jesus was real and Jesus was not a liar. I don't think he was a loon. So therefore, you have to conclude something that maybe this guy. But no, I think that if God wanted to communicate with us, something beyond, as Hermit said, something beyond this universe, the multiverse, maybe. And there is a lot to unpack in this podcast, and we are in the man place, right? So that's all right. We accept everyone, atheist, agnostic, Muslim, don't care. It's still our man house, this little house of ours, which they're trying to destroy. Look at Hammerhand, and we're going to excuse my language. We're going to do something about that. I think we can only conclude one thing about that, and there's so much to unpack there. And so I think it's exactly right. If God wanted to communicate to human beings, he would become, let's say we were an anthill, all of us, Yeet, Gray, the whole lot of us, Keenan. If we were a bunch of anthills, oh God, he goes. If we were a big anthill, how do you communicate that with that? Well, and there's a big tractor coming. Well, the best thing to do is become an ant. And I think that's the story of the Old Testament, in my opinion, just my opinion.
Is somebody vacuuming?
Yes, my dad. Look, I'll go now. So those are my parting thoughts. Yeet. Blessed to the Warband. Much love. God
No.
bless.
I got one more question.
Okay.
All right, I'm putting you on the spot. Gray. Religion or philosophy? Only choose one.
Philosophy.
Why?
Because philosophy is about understanding the world as it is and extrapolating upon physical evidence. Religion is about understanding the past and is therefore a dead end to advancement.
Okay, carry on. Religion or philosophy? You gotta choose one.
I don't like religion. It gives me good stories, but I was raised in a religious household. I take philosophy. Like personally, I'll take philosophy. I can understand philosophy. I can see how it advances us, and you don't need to have religion for everybody, so they don't make fucking mistakes. So yeah.
Okay, real talk. You gotta choose one.
Philosophy is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is evidence. Philosophy is evidence-based. Religion is belief. You have to believe. You have to have blind faith. And in the middle of the word believe is lie. And that is not by accident, gentlemen.
Okay, I agree. Frank, religion or philosophy? You gotta choose one.
Yeah, I think Cartesian, Rene Descartes was a philosopher, and I think therefore I am. So therefore I have to make the best sense out of this world that I can. And when I do that, I have to make sense of the man from Galilee. So if he's not a liar, he's not a loony, he's not a mental, and he existed, then the last claim is basically the only claim you can have, and then it gets into a real rabbit hole, which is Yeet. Sir Yeet, who is a veteran, is much longer than what a 3-hour podcast. We could go on and on. But I love all the brothers in our sphere, and I know a lot of the brothers have been hurt, as we all have. So, okay,
All right,
that's my
Frank, I'm going to start with you. Final thoughts to the Warband?
God, well, bless you, brothers. Take heart, be safe, have a swivel head on every day, and wait for the next one. Don't give up. Never give up. Never give up, regardless how bad it gets.
I agree. Thank you, Frank, for joining.
Thank you, brother.
All right, Puniti. All right, Real Talk, you're next. What are your final thoughts to the Warband? What do you want to say?
Can't wait to rewind. I missed like the first hour and a half or so, and I'm sure some bombs are being dropped. But Gray knows that I've been holding my tongue on a particular subject. I might do a crash course tutorial and put it on Discord, but it is regarding to one of the oldest world beliefs about God, and it's very interesting. But people might hate me afterwards. So be it, because I don't give a shit. But yeah, expect a little video from me on Discord. It might be my first public video on my channel. It exposes fresh and fraud using this oldest world belief. Yes, Fed and exactly. It actually has more of a federal background than a fraud background, but nevertheless, I think I'll drop it soon.
So I'm assuming you weren't here when Undead Chronic was here.
No, he must have blown up.
Undead Chronic, he gave a sermon. I'm planning on clipping it and put it and posting it tomorrow, because he dropped a lot of gems. Don't you agree, Gray?
Oh fuck yeah! Like, I'm gonna have to go back and timestamp a bunch of this shit.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. But Real Talk, thank you for joining one. I knew you were gonna enjoy this, and best believe there will be a part 2.
I appreciate the opportunity, man. Like always, you guys have a good night, and puniti.
All right, carry on. What do you want to say to the Warband?
Jesus, God, I have so much to say, but we don't have enough time. So
No, we have time. I got nothing to do right now.
Wait, why are we leaving then?
Because we plan on doing another recording of Elden Ring.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah.
There's no time limit. You can go on.
Well, there's so much information that we have that we don't really know. Science is just us trying to understand the craziness of the universe and put it into a logical sense that us, who know nothing really, can measure ourselves and not go completely nihilistic. And there's possibilities that many things out there exist. Aliens could exist. Gods and demons probably could exist. I don't know the honest truth. I can tell you how I feel and what I know, and I can be wrong or I could be right. There's like with so many phenomena that happen in our life, like you could say it's probably because of electromagnetic spectrums that we experience sort of weird shit that happens, like maybe see into the future. How do we see the future? I don't know. I've done it many times. I don't know how I do it. But yeah, like I could say from since I was a young child, I've seen many events that happen months later or a few weeks later, and shit just happens. I try to stop it, and it's like shit. If I stop it, I do the actions. If I don't stop it, I still do the actions. It's dead ends. So there's possibly a perceived future that some people can see. There's possibly demons that are just beings made out of energy that are fucking around with people. There's just so much crap, but the best thing you can do is try to absorb as much energy as, well, information, because information is power. And without power and information, you'll be tricked into so much bullshit. Just remember when you were consuming those blue pills and you were getting fucked over by the government, women, school systems, just everyone who could manipulate you would manipulate you because you knew nothing. You were a child in a world of predators. So the best thing you can do, honestly, is consume as much information as possible, even if you look crazy sometimes.
I agree, because based on the last few years, some people that were deemed as crazy don't look so crazy anymore. I can't say his name, but you know who he is.
Ethan Ralph?
No.
AJ.
Yeah, but Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Oh, I was about to
But
say, I'm like, who the hell is that? Okay.
the guy
But
that Rishi was making a picture about in his stream.
I probably wasn't there.
Oh,
That's
so he's
probably
true phobic.
wrong.
Like he doesn't even watch Rishi's stream. He just came down and posted it so everyone could tell. It was supposed to be a secret, but no. See,
Man,
can't
but he
trust
didn't. He
skeletons.
didn't have that same energy for Ribby when he did it. I see where we stand, but no,
Ribby's a
we
green
don't.
skin.
We don't care. We don't care. I'm green
Yeah, but-
flames. All right, I'm so green.
Nah, you're white bones, bitch.
Say that shit again. That's playing. But thank you for joining, man. And like I said before, there's definitely gonna be a part 2.
Yeah, we'll see you guys later. Puniti.
Puniti. All right, Gray. Now it comes down to you. Do you have anything to say to the Warband about the topic?
Romans 12:2. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect.
Well, damn. Would you like to elaborate to the chat what that means?
Well, generally, the world is going to try to push you into a certain box, push outside of it, learn from your experiences, test yourself with others, and always seek the truth, not what feels good, but what you know is true.
Exactly. Logic, gentlemen. You gotta be rational and use your logic to navigate through this world, all right? Because, like what Vito Corleone said, women and children can be careless, but not men. Because we don't have a safety net. We have to be observant of what's going on here. If that relates to your quote.
Indeed.
Okay, so yeah, that would have been embarrassing. But if you want to stay here while I do my closing statements.
Absolutely.
Okay, so gentlemen, there's a reason why I say, hey, we definitely need to have these type of conversations, because I can always 24/7 go on about how modern women ain't this, modern women ain't that, simp, white knights, cuckolds. But there's things out there way more important to talk about, right? Don't get me wrong, I like a nice roasting if need be, but we definitely need to be in touch on some actual reliable information that us as men can exchange with each other, because we can use to do this in gentlemen's clubs and, you know, going to other men's houses where it's not taken over by the wives. We're able to have a nice little drink if you drink, or have a cigar if you smoke, whatever it is. Literally just a group of men coming around talking about dumb shit, but at the same time talking about some deep critical thinking outside the box shit. Okay. Because with these various conversations that we have, crazy things are born. Ideals are born. Armies are born, literally. That's how the Marines were created. A bunch of men, not a bunch of men, 3 men went into a bar, like, hey, you want to create the Marines? Okay. And that's how the U.S. Marines were created. Literally, right there. And you see why society is very iffy of men having their own spaces, because they know what men are capable of. They know that there's one person or a group of people, when they exchange information and when they network, that's how we're able to accumulate power and influence. They don't want that. They don't want that. And I'm a big video game nerd, right? Based on what the Modern Warfare 3 quote, all it takes to change the world is the will of a single man. I repeat, all it takes to change the world is the will of a single man. And that hit me deep when I was younger. I'm like, you know what? Based on what I've known throughout history, he is right. All it takes is one man to dare to go against the narrative, and others will follow.
If I may expand on that, actually,
What's up?
this is a quote I believe I first heard from TFM, who was probably quoting someone else. Change the world. To change the world, first change yourself. By changing yourself, you change your family. By changing your family, you change your community. By changing your community, you change your country. By changing your country, you change the world.
I agree 1,000,000%. I definitely agree. It always starts at the home, gentlemen. Why do you think they take the man out of the home? Why do you think they give so much leeway to modern women to kick the men out of the home with no consequences? Actually, they are rewarded to kick the man out of the home. Just think on that, gentlemen. Think on that. Because men having the authority and responsibility, not just responsibility in society, that's where strong communities are born. So I definitely agree with Gray. But hey, I'm glad you guys joined this stream. It was a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong. 4 hours. We just hit 4 hours, actually. I really do hope that you guys come back tomorrow, because tomorrow the live stream will be about standards. If I remember, that should be the next one, standards. And we're going to go in detail on the standards between men and women and how ridiculous standards are with modern women. All right. There will be a part 2 on philosophy versus religion, because I swear, if we had time to talk all day about this, I would. What about you, Gray?
Oh, absolutely. And honestly, I'd probably read a couple more chapters of more than a few books, too. I'm trying to keep up, and I got like 5 books on the go here.
Oh, man. But, guys, this is the only reason, or the main reason why I have this channel, is because I know plenty of you men out there don't really have a place per se to actually speak about these topics, because it's either you're a misogynist or these chicks or these male feminists want to talk about keeping up with the Kardashians. This is the reason why I have these live streams. So anybody wants to join in or listen, you guys can come here and actually get some gems and able to realize that you're not the one that's crazy. There's plenty of men out here that has a similar mindset as you. Would you agree, Gray?
Yes, I definitely a big part of men who think like this is you need to understand you are not alone. There are many men out there, and many men beyond those who even find their way to this channel. And that can be all that it takes. Just knowing that there's one other man out there who thinks like you and you could have this level of discussion with, that can keep you going. And I can speak from personal experience on that.
Because best believe we would have been called misogynists, feminist haters within the first minute and a half. There's no, like what Underchronic said, there is no reasoning with people that only react upon emotion only. There's no reasoning with them. But once again, thank you guys for joining. If you guys want to support your boy Sir Yeetus and the Warband, please donate. There's the link on top of the chat to paypal.me/Sir Yeetus. All donations are going to art. Gray already saw another art today, did you?
Oh, yeah.
It looks sweet. Yeah, it looks nice, right?
Oh yeah, Gecko Ninja really outdid himself with this one.
Exactly. And it's all because of you guys' donation. Thank you very much. And if you continue to donate, if you choose to, that link is on top of the chat. This is Sir Yeetus. Hopefully you guys had a bunch of gems dropped on you tonight. And I am out, and we are out. Peace.
Peace out, Warband.